Yes, we are. Let's do it. Good luck, everybody.
Hello, everyone in Prime Poker. Hello, all the poker players. How we doing today? How are we doing in Houston, Texas? We're here at Prime Poker, 7801 Westheimer Road. Hand number 1 in our 2-5 Friday No Limit Hold'em cash game, 8-handed. 1,500 mem, 2,000 max. After the first hour, they can then match the stack. Welcome. Hello, everybody. I am happy to announce I will have a co-host commentator, Jason Braddock. He will be coming down here soon. I will be hearing from him recently, and then you guys will also be hearing from him.
Just making sure I don't have to sit there for
That will be a treat. He will tell you everything he would like to talk to you guys about today, and furthering and featuring Prime and Houston football. So, yeah, I'm excited. How's everyone in the stream today? Miss Sue Ellen, hello. How are you? Sip KG's got pocket threes here. It's the first time I've seen him on the stream. I'm excited to see what he's doing. We have some regulars. Elijah is seat 9 tonight. He's changing. We've got old school back into the stream, Noah. He's been a pretty big advocate of being on the live stream. Over a year ago, I used to play with him on it. So Elijah spiked a 9 here. Sue Ellen, thank you for the subscribe.
I'm here.
Elijah's now got 2 pair here. I'm just going to lead up for 45, I'm guessing. A little bit less than full pot here. Johnny's going to get a little sticky here.
heads up. Check. Bet 125.
125, just shy of a full pot bet. And Elijah's going to go ahead and take the second hand down of the night. So showing some aggression. Let's go.
Small blind. Big blind now.
Guys, on top of Jason coming in here with me tonight when he does arrive, we'll be talking about multiple things. We'll talk about Houston football. We will also be talking about our H-Town Poker Open Series starting on actually Sunday, which our first event is going to be our tag team event.
What do you mean?
$250.
Oh,
No
yeah,
limit
just
hold'em.
one out.
Tag team championship. It will start at 2 o'clock on Sunday. And that is, if everyone doesn't know, is where 2 players will actually be playing in the tournament for the same team. And you could, tag. We'll talk about a little bit more. Oh, host Sway's got kings here. Let's go.
Heads up. Player checks.
Johnny's just going to check right in the dark.
$35. Call.
Interesting. Heart's going to make it interesting here on the turn. Queen comes on the turn. Queen dives a heart, so.
Bet 120. 115. 115, my bad.
115 is the bet. It's going to take it down. Jimmy in the background right now talking about our 3K guaranteed daily tournament we're having on right now. Starts at 6 o'clock. 3K guarantee, our nightly event. And it's going on underway now. We also normally have a 5K guarantee every day, Monday through Friday, throughout the week. But yet next week will not be the same. The first 3 days, you're going to have the PLO tournament, 50K guarantee, $400 buy-in, and then on Wednesday night, the first flight will actually start at 5 p.m. So normally your first flight starts around 11. In this case, it will not be. It will be at 5 p.m. Noah's going to just go ahead and take it down with Ace King here. We're going to go on with the next hand. Bring back Cavino. Cavino. Wait a minute. Shoot butt. How do I know Cavino? Oh, do I have one? Yes, I do. Wasn't that a player like 3 weeks ago, Chu?
I mean, there's somebody here.
Someone wants to play, first come, first serve.
Big blind, first to go. Raise 20.
Yeah, I thought I remember that. He was in seat 9, wasn't he? Yeah, that was fun that night.
Raise.
I love for him to be back. All right, we have a raise here. Elijah's going to 3-bet at the 85 here with King 10 of diamonds. King 7 from Joe calls it. Host Sway with Ace 3 is also going to call. Oh, he just got hit with it. That's weird. He shouldn't have ads.
3 players.
Three, 8, 5. All hearts on the flop.
Check, check.
Ace 3 here. Now Elijah's going to take the lead here with the king.
300. Fold. Call 300.
Oh, that's an interesting flat here by Elijah.
That's up.
6 of clubs.
Check.
There's like a check, check. King 7. King 10. King 10's going to take this. And now we are full. Our table is full.
Small blind, Joseph. Big blind was with.
Yeah, yes, Kevin. You're great. Kevin's a great dude, everybody.
Kevin is a great dude. Kevin is the greatest.
He said he amazing. He was that man.
No, God, Kevin.
Raise 15. Call 15. Call 15. Call. 4 players.
All right, 4 players to the flop.
Check, check.
Ace of hearts here for Joe.
Bet 20. Fold.
Sway's got a pair of 4s at up and down straight draw. Second nut flush draw for Don.
110.
Sway's going to raise it to 110 here. There's so many ways Don could take this position. He only has, looks like he's about 500 left. He could shove, open shove here. He could call, he could flat call here, and it's going to be pretty polarizing if a heart comes out and he just leads all in, right? So I'd like if he does just flat here. If a heart does come on the turn, I'd like a check out of Don so he can get the most value. But Joe's going to call this too. He also has this gut shot and the second nut flush draw with the extra help. He does get extra help with a heart, although Don did just now get the second nut flush draw. Try ace for Joe. Oh, I like it, Don. You did check it. I like it. Pairing the board here. Don does get the check mark. Check, check. This is where I believe Don could go ahead. Hello, Miss Lisa. How are you? Go ahead and, I wouldn't say all in. I like a $200 bet here. Any money he puts in there, he's pretty much committing himself to the pot. So, lower size bet here.
Bet 175.
And he bets 175. Okay, that's close to what I thought he would do. And Josue didn't catch any nasty cards there either for him to get with his little gutter ball straight with a 7 or a deuce. So Josue's gonna know pretty much where he's at. He's gonna lay this down. Josue can get very sticky. This is not one of the parts where he will yet, but he will later. When Josue could soul raid you, I promise you. He's done it. Seen it. So can Noah. I think it's just a little too early in the game. It's only hand number 6. He's going to go ahead and lay it down. Mr. Don just coming onto the table. He's going to take a nice little pot. 565. And on to the next hand.
Yes, thank you. That was it's Prime Guest. Prime Guest is the network, and that was Prime Social, one word lowercase.
Thank you for Eddie. Eddie, who is the dealer in the box right now, doing a great job taking care of us and all the players here at the live stream table. Sip KG's got Jack Deuce. Believes he's just going to fold that. Haven't seen anyone really get out of line yet. Noah's got Queen Jack here. Folds. Ace Queen from Don.
Raise 15. Call.
Instant call from Joe with Ace Jack here. Josue's got King 10 of diamonds.
Raise 60.
A little bit bad position for him to come over the top, but I like it. They'll also know what he does and doesn't do right here in the flop action. So looks like we're going to see a flop.
Raise 190.
190 now. Okay, Josue can call this. He's going to be in terrible position and towards Don, depending on how the flop comes out. But he's going to make the call. Now, I just talked about position multiple times with Josue. Now let's see how he handles his position. He elects to call. A 3-bet here, so, or sorry, 4-bet.
Fold.
So I now like to see how Josue is going to handle this. Which direction he's going to go. King in the window.
Check.
Josue instantly checks his first active position.
Bet 300.
I believe if Josue does call us, I think he might just rip it. Yep. Oh, man, I like it when I can read the guys good right now. I like it today. Nice little rib here from Josue. Putting Joe to the test. I'm here for Harry. Crazy Times, what's up? Welcome. All right, here for Harry. I like it. Well, welcome.
800.
Harry's right there to my right? Pretty sure, right? What's up, buddy? Crazy Times, welcome. I think Harry played in the last week's stream or the week before. Or, no. Harry came in 2 weeks ago trying to play the live stream due to the fact that it was Labor Day and we couldn't get the game going. I think he missed the week after that and then is coming in here. So I think it's his first time with the stream. The label with 0 VPIP. Oh, come on, bro. Brutal.
I just started. It's my first time. Probably close to that 2.5 hours.
All right, I'll tell him to start getting weird.
We're working on getting it to work with you.
Yeah. What if we did single board bomb pods?
We can do that.
4 cards, 1 board.
What do you say?
4 cards, 1 board.
Can't do that.
You can't do that.
I mean, no, I can't do that.
Let's just not do that.
Fine.
I'm good without it. As much as I like bomb pots,
Doesn't sound like it.
no, I do. You can ask anybody here. I love it. All right, I'm gonna ask this gentleman on your left.
Doesn't sound like it.
I've never played with him before. You can ask him. You said I could ask anyone.
Bomb pot specialist. I like it. Hand the braid. Here we go.
That's the only way I could win at poker. Bomb pots.
I like it. Joe's got ace deuce here.
Raise 15.
Nah, I said no to a bomb pot.
Mr. Adam Pearson in the box. Haven't seen him deal this in a while, so we're makes it look easy. Fun fact about Harry. He's got one of the most magnificent looking dogs in the world. Also here for Harry. Cerise, how are you? Welcome. Thank you for coming in, stopping by. We got some Harry fans in here. I like it. Let's go. I like it. And he must be hearing you guys because he's raising with Jack 5. Crazy Times. Did you whisper to him? Oh, okay. Well, we haven't been seeing too many lead out folds so far, so that's the second hand we've seen that. So we'll see. You guys can see the cumulative winnings here. So far, Elijah is on top. We are in the first 9 hands, about 30, 35 minutes in here. I like it. Harry support group incoming. Well, Harry again tried to get on the stream 2 weeks ago. He was excited, wanted to do it first time, and the game didn't run for the simple fact it was Labor Day weekend and just couldn't get anyone to come. Awkward, but it happens. And, you know, for the last 6 weeks, we've been able to run five, and that was the week we did not run, and that was the week that Harry wanted to play. So he is on now. He is rolling. And Harry likes those Jack 4s. All right. 20 from Josue here. And, guys, we will have my co-host commentator coming into the booth here soon, so you won't be the only voice you hear is mine. 10-8 versus deuces. Let's see where it goes. 5-3-3 hits the flop. Little pretty rainbow. Check, check here. Shouldn't be too many cards with Joe having a 7 in it, so Josue's probably going to bet out here for 30. Take it down. No big deal. Again, hands like this, going to go pretty quickly. Going around. Guys, also, so we'll go ahead and talk about some of our advertisers on here. So on our field, we got Poker Bros. We also have Bedrock City Comic Company. These are two big advocate supporters and advertisers that we have on our felts, pretty much all of our felts. Also Top Sushi. It's pretty simple. Bedrock City's got 6 different shops all over Houston. Comic books, pops, Pokemon cards. He has a live stream every week that does auctioning. Really fun. Now, Poker Bros, if you guys haven't done Poker Bros, they're a pretty advocate for the online world where you can be customization to your group of friends, anyone else, and you can play whatever you want on Poker Bros. You could be the ambassador to the game. Ace here for Johnny. Ooh. Oh, raise. Instant fold here. An instant fold. I'm going to take it down. And yeah, with Poker Bros, I mean, you could just be the ambassador of your own club on Poker Bros. You can go ahead and simply just say, hey, look, I want to play, and I'm going to create a game that has six-handed, six-card PLO, double-born bomb pot, and you can make it. So, you know, like, there's just a lot of cool things you can do with Poker Bros. If you guys actually scan either of those QR codes, you'll go straight to their website so you can see what I'm talking about. And, of course, next week, starting Sunday this week, that Prime Social barcode, that QR code, if you guys scan that, you're going to start seeing daily updates with all the tournaments that we're holding up next week and the positions of friends and family members who are going to be in tournaments. So, yeah. As far as I know, you can actually scan it through the TV. So, I think I've tried it before. So far, everyone's still filling each other out. Really haven't seen too much action as of late. People are calling things, so let's just... Oh, rolling fiver.
3 player.
3 players in the flop here. 10, deuce, 2 hearts. Sip KG finally hits one hand here. He's going to check it around. He does have a full house. It's not really going to hit much of anyone else. I believe like a $20 or $30 bet's going to pretty much just take it down. Pretty simple and easy.
Oh, that's right.
That's okay. It happens.
Did you miss your medication or something?
Yeah.
Are you missing medication or something? He said yes.
I want my change back.
Kid, what's up, buddy?
Seems like a deal.
All right. So, here is supporters. What hat is he wearing there right now? The big double S. What is that?
No, I won't.
Can anyone tell me what his hat represents?
Oh, you're asking if it you just spread them out. That's the one, right? Yeah, that's fine.
Seattle Kraken. Nathan, what's up? How do I enter to play? Raul, what are you talking about? The Kraken. All right, is that soccer? That's soccer, right? World of the emoji I was looking for and sent it to the chat on accident. We got you, buddy. Nathan Taylor says this is Seattle Kraken. It's hockey. Oh my God, didn't even know. Oh, I guess I must be way out of. I'm a hockey fan too. I just never really noticed. All right, Seattle Kraken. Is it really sweet? Nathan, welcome to the stream. Swellen, how do you know that? Well, you know what I know. I thought it would have been soccer, but it's okay.
Phrase 15.
Are they any good? Second season. Okay, that's still pretty new.
Heads up.
Another Harry fan has arrived. Math Girl, how are you? All diamonds hit the flop here. 9-10-3. Top pair for Sip. And that doesn't matter because Johnny just turned a diamond for a 5-high flush.
25.
His beard game is a bit sus. It looks pretty sharp, thick. It's good. Interesting. Sip still doesn't believe it yet. If he puts some pressure on him, though, he could possibly get a 5 to fold here. There's not that much in the pot. That's just it's pretty simple. You just got to call. Don't want to look bearish on live stream, right?
Got a 10.
He's going to show the 5 times. Mr. Pearson, advocate dealer here at Prime, making it look easy. So you guys can see the cumulative winnings already right now, the 2-5 cash game for tonight. Elijah's at 470, 379 for host Sway, Don 185, Johnny's at 67. Guys, starting this Sunday, we will start our series, our H-Town Poker Open series, starting on Sunday with the opening event of the Tag Team Championship, $250 buy-in. It's where 2 players can play. Every down will be rotated up by players. You also get 1 time card where you have 2 minutes where you can discuss, and a switch as well. That would replenish once you hit the final table. Other than that, it's just pretty much a normal tournament. You just switch out every half an hour. Or 30 minutes, sorry. I think it's 30 minutes. Every half an hour? Let's see. 20-minute levels. So, my apologies. Starts at 2 o'clock. It is 20-minute levels. So you'll be switching out every 20 minutes. Late registration is open till 4:50 p.m. $250 buy-in. It is a re-entry. So, wouldn't it be cool to be like, hey, I got 2 teams. If I bust out in the first one, I'm going to go ahead and leave here and then re-enter with my other partner and see if I do good better on that one. That'd be funny. That's going to be fun. And then right after that, the very next day, we have our 50K guarantee startup. 2 flights, PLO, $400 buy-in, 50K guarantee. 1 flight starting at 11, the next one starting at 5. Same on Tuesday, and then Wednesday, we will have the last flight at 11 a.m. And then at 5 p.m., we will have the first flight of our $300 buy-in, 150K guarantee, and that one's going to be fun. All right, this is going to get a little juicy here. Flush draw here from Joe. Harry does have pocket 8s here. And Harry's going to call with the ace on the board. All right, so flush is hit for Joe. Harry does have backdoor flush possibilities here, so he might call another bet.
400.
This is a heavy bet. Straight flush draw for Joe, by the way, so doesn't anyone kind of always just want to go there? 7 deuce here would be nasty. Oh, looks like Harry's got a read. His beard game might not be on top, but if he hits a spade here, an 8. Oh, my God, he does. Oh, my God, he hits an 8 on the river. Oh, Harry's going to check it. All in, instant call. Well, his beard game isn't there, but I'll tell you what. He just made a full house and fully paid a true double for 2K. And this is where the game started.
Sing yourself somebody. No, don't say no more. No way he emailed. Oh, shit. He called all that money. Shit.
Woo. Eesh, here we go. Sicky, sicky. I was expecting the spade, not the 8. You know what I'm saying? Ugh. There we go. Hey, so everyone in the stream, there you go. Harry has, well, he's taking the lead at cumulative chip counts right now. And on top of it, he was a non-believer. I don't think he could have called much faster. Ooh, nice little hand there. The straddle situation is you can straddle as many times you want. Action dealer, Mr. Pearson, I guess is, yeah?
Oh, it's not. It's my first time playing poker.
Johnny says first time play poker. Lies. Lies.
Raise 15,000 mine.
Just enough to get that king jack out your way. I felt like rock on both of them was going.
We're all sick of us at Prime. We need 15 tables going again. Make Prime social 20 tables again. Yeah, that would be lovely. Under the gun, Noah's got 8-7 here. Also playing some chess on his phone. Raises it to 20. Jack 10 here for host, or for Joe. I'm sorry. Host Sway's got 10s here.
Raise 80.
I'm gonna pop it up to 80. John's got 7-6. Gonna fold. Ah, I like it, Noah. Let's go price Joe in. Let's see a flop. Mr. Pearson, you gonna make this a dirty flop or what? Didn't start out to be. Nope.
Check.
2 pair here for host Sway. Noah's pretty much gonna be able to just get out of here. There's nothing for him to draw to. Yep, let's it go. I don't think Joe's really gonna call on this either. Andrew Moss. I think host Sway is finding that anything he wants can be 3-bettable now.
Yeah.
Are we?
Yeah, but I'm going to go against precedence.
We do?
Yeah, you can do both ways.
I like that better.
You can restraddle as much as you want to.
Say less.
Yep, in the live stream, you can pretty much create your own game. There are some rules. It is a 500 minimum and then a 2,000K buy-in from the start. Then after the first hour of play, it becomes open and you can then match the stack. And it's only 8-handed. Oh, Don's got Queen Jack here, so
Raise.
Elijah's gonna fold his 10-3. Elijah hasn't found any real big hands to play on the first initial win. He won in the opening hand. Lines are up. Ha ha ha. Queen, King, 9. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's what I saw. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be changed, guys. You saw the flop. Part of me wants to walk over and keep you company race. The other part, bigger part doesn't want to leave the couch. Don't leave the couch, buddy. I got someone coming in here soon. I got Jason coming in here soon. He's going to talk all about it. Queen's full, or nine's full of queens here, so let's just see.
Go.
Jason, you'll see.
Nine's
You'll
full of
need him
queens.
eventually. Not a problem, buddy. Don's got queen and 4. He's gonna lay this down.
Oh yeah, but you call yourself a Mississippi.
35.
What was his question?
If it's streaming it.
Yeah, it's live. It just went up a few minutes ago. Is it live now?
We are live. Bring it down. Bring it down now.
It is.
Lower. There we go. And we see it, all spades. Johnny's got the jack of spades, so backdoor flush, second nut flush here. Gonna take it. All right, Harry is up 1,000. Who sways up 531. Elijah's up 470. 267 for Don. Johnny 137. Joe took the big hit earlier with the 3-4 flush against 8's full. So.
Say raise. 25.
All right, Sip KG's going to get in here with ace-9 of diamonds. Johnny's going to fold the 4-3. Noah's going to call with queen 10 on the button. We've got position here. Let's see a flop. Ace 7-5, 2 hearts. No one has jack squadouche on that. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Wait, is that ace? It is an ace. Sif now has 2 pair here with a 9 kicker.
45.
And this is going to be simple. Take it down. So far, guys, these hands have been played quite forward. Nothing's really happened too much out of line yet. I believe that will change. So bear with the texture of the cards, and we're just going to see what happens. In the meantime, I'm going to enjoy my Dr. Pepper. So satisfying. Josue's got jack 9 out of the gun. Bless you. Folds. Harry folds for 3. Sip KG. Johnny's got aces here in the hijack position.
Raise
35, 40. Ah, the worst.
More red. Get a 25.
The worst.
Thank you.
ace 5 here for Harry. Raises it to 20. Sipping Johnny folds. Noah's got ace 6 here. He's folding. Joe's going to call with the 7-6. Gut shot for Joe. He's going to call. Let's got a little not much help there. Check, check. Now that makes him a straight. Can Joe get paid off for hitting a 5 under from Harry? Bro to pro poker. I like that one. Oh, you know he's going to call.
Sure.
I mean, there's so many 10s and jack in Joe's range there, too. Interesting that Harry called that. Any, like, 10-6 there, jack 8s there, anything like that.
I'm so bad at it. Thank you. I was proud of myself.
Wait, bro to pro poker once flew into Vegas on a dragon. Oh, you can't tease me, Crazy Times. What type of fucking dragon was it, bro? Yeah, Harry Potter near her. What type of dragon was it? Was it Norwegian Ridgeback? The Chinese Fireball? Ah, the Hornback. All right. Okay.
Small and big.
You mean the Hungarian horntail, right? Dude, I'm a nerd, bro. It was my only ride after I missed my flight due to some unexpected. I understand. I got my 6 baby on the way. I get it. All right, Johnny's got the 10s now. Let's see what happens. Raise to 35. All right, bro to pro poker. Thank you for stopping by. I'll let Harry know. Greatly appreciate you stopping by and saying hello. Don's going to call this. Joe's going to come in with it as well. 8-7 of clubs. Host Sway, you better not fold that night. Okay, well, he raised it 70. 75, my bad. With 8-7, gotta love this. Johnny, I'm not sure about not 3-betting this or 4-betting this right now. I mean, Don, this hasn't really changed much for you. Yeah.
3 players.
And you bink a king right out of the gate. Joe hits his pair. Johnny's still got middle pair that's not showing the bar. Fanatic about and his deep run in this year's WSOP. I gotcha. Johnny's going to lead out for 90. Johnny does have backdoor diamond. Joe possibly could have called for another bet just in case to get a 2-pair out of the way, but it's fine. All right, if Johnny leads out at this point for Dawn, you got 300 or 600 left in your stack. If he's going to bet out like 150 right now, I think if you're going to call this, you should be shoving at this point too. Looks like he's got about 500, 600 in his stack. I think if you're calling this 150, I think you should be shoving. You could take this down right now, possibly. Nothing on the board really changes too much unless he let out with 7s, which you're already behind anyways. You called 90 even on the flop when he bet out 90 for if he had ace-king, then you're being dominated now anyways. I think if you're going to call this, you should be betting it, or you should be raising it. That's my opinion. You guys tell me how you feel. 26 players in the chat right now. You tell me how you guys feel, everyone between YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. I feel that if he's going to call 150 here, he should be raising. Nine on the river. And Johnny's going to fire one more time. I mean, that's not the most comfortablest card, but I mean, I think you have to call here. If you're already behind on the flop, turn, and now on the river, you just put the money in the pot. This could be ace-queen. This could be ace-jack with 2 diamonds that completely missed. This could be pocket jacks. This could be pocket 10s. I think Don's going to figure this out. Pot 3096. Thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciate it. Is he finding a call there in his head? Yep. But he's not confident in his call.
Anybody miss me?
We all do, of course.
There we go.
I didn't win my money back.
Adam didn't say a word of it. Man, at least you asked us for our blinds.
It's $12 an hour. Thank you.
Been real sullen so far.
Yeah, pick it up.
Talking 7 brick walls, man. Nobody wants to hear me the whole time. I want to hear me the whole time, but that's as long as
How
the
many
list
rounds of
goes.
shots have you guys had so far?
0.
Okay, that explains it.
That is a problem.
That explains it.
Alright, a round of shot for everybody.
Let's do it.
Can we get seven
You guys
shots?
are you serious or are you joking?
You need 9. The dealer needs 1 too.
Dealer
Yeah,
want one?
can you call service when you get a chance?
30 in time?
15 is the bet.
Do the dealer want one?
Call 15.
It can only go up 12 from here anyways, right?
I think he's kind of loud.
I'm not allowed to.
Especially dealing the cards.
Just flicker the lights off
4
real
players.
quick.
Check. Bet 35.
It's cold though. We do need shots. It's freezing. Order a round of shots, but everybody's gonna drink, right?
Depends on what it is.
Green tea shots. Sure. You don't drink?
35, John.
Oh, I know you don't drink. So
Call 35. 3 players.
Green tea vodka?
no, it's Jameson. It's J-Mo.
Check.
I will have.
All right, guys, I'm back. This one was definitely a big hand developing, even there was only 167 in the pot. Nut flush draw here for Johnny. Trip jacks flopped. Joe's just kind of in the crossfire here.
Bet 100.
Are you ready? Kentucky Mule? It's just Moscow Mule with bourbon instead of vodka.
Okay.
It's good.
Fold.
If you like bourbon,
Call 100. Heads up.
10 of clubs in the river. Johnny's flush does not get there. It looks like he's going to lead out again.
Bet 175.
Backdoor flush draw could have gotten there, which is where this bet could be. I don't think a set could fold here, even though runner, backdoor flush, straight draw cards. But I mean, really, like, I'd put the player more in a 2-pair here than anything else.
Call.
Yeah, he said 2 pairs good. He's like, I have a set. Like,
7 check.
yep. Don's going down with another one.
you want to do team up for the tag team on Sunday? Yeah, how does that work? What time is it? It's at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
2 p.m. tag team. Josue, I'm glad you mentioned that. We are having a tag team tournament on Sunday. 2 p.m. start. $250 buy-in. I will be part of the tag team. I had to figure out what outfit I'm wearing and trying to think of something stupid like a Christmas sweater or something. I do have a partner. I am not going to disclose the partner, but we're going to have fun. We're going to be ready. $250 buy-in, tag team. Every player gets to play each level 20 minutes, then they switch out to the next one.
Because you're all switching levels.
It's going to be fun.
To switch positions at any point. I'm not sure if that's I'm not sure if it's during the hand or if it's after the, it might be during the hand.
That's pretty cool though. I like the little
We were talking about making it that way just because
Call 15.
it's more fun to have like switch up.
there's a lot of different formats. Oh, the strategy.
Raise. 45.
Shadow was 15 on the button.
Pause for 1 second. No action, so.
Call 45.
Oh. I don't know what's going on here. Call 45.
Fold. Call 45. 3 players.
All right. Harry's got 5s here. So going to get lucky and spike one. 3 ace jack.
Check. Check, check. Check. Check, check. Check.
Harry just got to float 2 streets spike the river. He did do it this time. He got close though.
espresso shot is only 3 shots. You can only double them.
And under the gun takes precedence as well.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah, look how much extra money I lost if you guys fell.
Appreciate it.
Me too.
Big blind. Live 10 on the button.
I knew you. Every single time.
Every single time.
Service.
All right, guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
It has to be 20.
Oh, 20.
All right, 20 is the bet.
Just do 9.
All right, call 20.
Do 9.
You guys are heads
I know
up.
what you have now. I know what you have now.
Check.
Shit, check.
$25. Call.
How does it work when people switch out? Like if you switch out 10 minutes before the level, then they just switch you out again?
Yeah.
60.
That's a good question.
In the lifeline situation.
Raise. 160. Fold.
Yeah, that's meant to be able to like
Thank you.
sort of decide who's playing against who. Yeah. If you feel like you have a better
Small
matchup.
Service on 5.
Okay, then shots, right?
I think she was supposed to tell the
Yeah,
service to come around.
I'm working on it.
Service.
Who's taking shots?
I'll do one. I'll take one.
3. Are you taking a shot, sir?
No.
A drink?
Good. Thank you.
That's a
5
Green tea?
green teas.
I think we ran out of tea snap, so I can't make green tea. I can make lemon drop.
I mean, that's
Call 5.
Lemon drop? Yeah.
Lemon
5 lemon drops.
Five?
Cool. Soda.
it's cool.
Beverage.
So 5 total. All right.
Action on your jump. Call 5. Raise. 30.
I didn't have that much time to think about my hand.
Call 30. Call 30. Call. All players. Check. Check, check.
Hey.
Call 80. Fold. Call. 3 players. Check. 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 Check, check. That's 150.
Well, everybody, I mentioned about this earlier, even though we're staring at Noah with Kings full here, and we're going to see if he gets paid out. But I have my co-host guest right here, my special commentator here, Jason Braddock.
Absolutely.
Sir, say hello.
Hey, yeah, thank you for having me on. This is pretty awesome. Love your setup back here.
It's great, huh?
And love to get the behind-the-scenes look at everything that hands unfolding. You were talking about this earlier in the week about possibly having me on. I'm like, yeah, I'm 100% on board. Get to pick your mind a little bit.
Absolutely.
Especially on the analytical side of it, doing the math, everything else. Because, I've played for a while. I was telling you briefly the other day that I got into it about the same time most people got into it with the ESPN moneymaker phase back.
Of
what was that, 03?
03,
okay,
baby.
Almost 20 years ago.
We just got out of high school at that point. We're old. We're the same age. Like these guys don't have no idea. Like Noah, some of these players at the table, they didn't even remember that at this time. Noah's 25, 26 years old. We're talking about 20 years ago.
Right, and it's crazy because I was in the Carolinas at that time, and I'm watching Moneymaker on ESPN. Who knows? You fast forward almost 20 years later, I got to play in a tournament with them, right?
Sure.
And they had a bounty on them. I knocked them out the tournament. No, I'm just kidding. The story would be a lot better if I actually did knock them out. But no, someone else knocked them out and got the bounty.
Greg Raymer in 2008, Greg Raymer used to give you he was a fossil man for years. He kind of stopped that. But, it was one of those things for the first couple of years after he won, he would give everyone a fossil they got knocked out.
Oh, awesome. So, I didn't know that.
Jason, what is your expertise? Why are you here? Say hello, say everything to everyone in the stream, and tell us what you do. What do you specialize in?
Well, yeah, so just a little quick overview about me. I grew up in Florence, South Carolina. I played all sports, but my number one sport I was recruited in was basketball. That didn't work out. Got married, had 4 kids back in 2009. Right, absolutely. Back in 2009, after I had my youngest child, I told my wife, I said, you know what? I'm going to work in Houston Sports Talk Radio. And everybody in the world except my wife told me I was crazy, and she knows my work ethic. So I went back to school. I started training for a football GM and scouting course under NFL scouts John Wooten and Russ Landay. And I took that and I got into the industry. I started writing, started doing some radio, started doing some TV as well. And over the last, 13 years now, I've just covered fantasy sports. I've written about it. I've done videos. I do radio, obviously, as well. And over about the last 10 years or so, being here in Houston, I started doing sports tech.
Hold on one second.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
All right, so Johnny – okay, he did just call. I thought Joe said all in. Johnny did go ahead and rivered us straight there. Wasn't that big of a pot. We didn't see too much action until the river. All right, continue. Go.
Yeah, 100%. So just to wrap it up, for me, I finally, I kept pursuing that dream to work in Houston Sports Talk Radio. I started doing that about 10 years ago. 2017, me, Sean Jones, top 25 all-time in NFL sacks. So that was pretty cool for me. Started doing a show with him and Adam Clanton. At Sports Talk 790. Went over to ESPN 97.5 for a while with Patrick Creighton doing late hits. Also worked there with the late Craig Shelton. Great dude. He passed away earlier this year, unfortunately. But just got to network and meet a lot of people in the industry. Took a year off last year to just really refocus and actually, if I'm being honest, peel the curtain back a little bit, just work on myself, right?
Sure.
And so came
And
back
COVID
this year.
Did that a lot for everyone,
Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely. You got to have self-awareness.
Last 2 years been strange for everybody. I don't care what anyone says.
Right?
Wait, toilet paper where? What? You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
It's been weird. Sure.
100%. So you go through a self-awareness, self-evaluation type phase, recalibrating, and Aaron Wilson, from the Baltimore Sun newspaper article up there. Then he went down here for so many years with the Houston Chronicle. Now he's the NFL insider for Pro Football Network, and also here locally in Houston, he's the Texans insider for KPRC2 and Sports Talk 790. He came to me, and we've been kicking around the idea for a couple years. It worked out now for us to start a show together, blending my background in sports talk radio, scouting, evaluation, and him as an insider, not only locally but around the entire NFL.
All right, so we got a flop here. King Queen versus Ace 7 of Spades. Don has flopped the first nut flush draw. Sip KG has hit a pair of queens with King Kicker here. Gut shot for Joe. If he hits a 9, he hits a straight. it's what we call a gutter ball, Jason.
Right. Absolutely.
Gut shot to get basically the nut. You know
So
how that
play
goes.
this from ahead.
Okay, play this for the head. So here we go. Right now, Sip KG led out for $150 for top pair second nut kicker, which is king. The only better kicker he could have right now is ace. Don right here has ace 7 of spades. If the spade comes down that doesn't pair the board right now, it is literally the nuts. So we got 3 players to the turn. Now,
Oh, wow.
boom.
Right on the turn.
So Don now has the nuts, but what just happened? Joe just spiked that gut shot I was talking about, right?
Absolutely.
Gutter ball thinking it's the nuts. So Joe
careful
more than
what you
likely,
wish for.
Yeah, right? So playing out, obviously we're half an hour delay. I've been in here the whole time. I can tell you this right now. Joe's going to check. Don's going to lead out here more than likely, and Joe's just going to ship it. At this point, the odds and calculations of the 2 other players having the spades, think about it. If there's only 13 cards in the deck, this is where the math comes into play, right? So there's already three on the board.
And Joe's
There's already
holding
2 at the
one.
hand, right? So
yeah.
there's already 5 cards out. So at this point, the calculations of the remaining 8 cards left, or not, yeah, 8 cards left. Less than 22% for these guys, for this guy that had the exact hand that he has. It's a lot more realistic that Joe's gonna have to queen 8 with the gut shot, hit it, than him betting out with the ace 9 here. So that's exactly what I bet. He bets. Joe's gonna go all in. Now, and realistically, Joe's just straight dead. There's no way he can win this.
Right.
Now, if this was an 8 of spades, he could have the nut flush, straight draw, right?
Yeah.
Straight flush draw. But
Well, let's peel back the curtain a little bit. All right,
Sure.
you're sitting in Joe's spot there.
Yep.
All the hands you've played around the world.
sure.
How comfortable do you feel that if
Oh,
you
I'm
were
ready
in
to
that
go
spot?
all in. It's just a sick cooler. It's a
Gotcha.
cool. This is what people are saying. Hey, what is a cooler, Reese? This is a cooler.
Okay, gotcha.
And then of course the Ace of the River. It's just a sick cooler. You're gonna Joe did nothing wrong. You're gonna put all your chips in there. Like with Jack 8, you know those are hands. And he's sitting there just saying that it's really hard when people make their hands that makes other people's hands, and that welcome is to poker. It's also how money maker, and almost everyone does excel up into the final tables into main events is just getting these sick coolers where aces runs into kings, king spike, and king spike, ace doesn't hold, and now chips go somewhere else.
Do you have a different strategy as far as your aggressiveness?
When?
Where you whether you get into a lot of hands or sit back and a lot more conservative if you're playing 2 different options. One, day tournament. Tournament starts in same day, or a long tourney where you're going to be there 3, 4, multiple days.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who has played the main event will tell you that the difference of playing it daily, like right here where it's 20-minute levels, you're only putting in 140 initially, and the prize pool is $1,800 in comparison to playing 2-hour levels with a field that has over 10,000 people, and you're playing for $10 million. And one thing, Jason, I'll tell you, Noah's got queens here against Elijah's 7s, which actually also calls the 7. So we'll see if now we already know 7's going to be fooled by Josue here. So, and we'll see everything on top. So this is the first time you've seen the background of all this, right? So you're going to see all the schematics and everything coming through.
Yeah,
here.
I love the percent of that. up there as well.
Yeah, sure. So you can see that Noah's.
I'm not great with doing the math in poker. I played for a while, but
Sometimes
I'm not great.
it's harder for me to tell you what it is than me to say in my head, it's okay, I got 18 outs or I got 12 outs.
People process information differently. I think you see that more at a poker table than maybe anywhere else in the world with all the vast difference of personalities. And, Houston became the most diverse city in 2017 over New York City. And so,
absolutely.
And so they say by 2050 the rest of the world is going to look like Houston did in 2017. I say that because at Houston poker tables, you're getting the most diverse personalities, different play strategies, different things. I mean, if you were talking about the World Series.
Yep.
If you want live reps, you want to be here at Prime Social.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And not only on top of Prime Social, but in general, just like sports, what you're used to. How many sports teams have developed in Houston the last 4 years, 5 years? How many more teams have frequently been here. I mean, hell, I just saw an MLG at NRG, Major League Sports, League of Legends. That played at NRG
Oh, that's
just
awesome.
in April. You know what I mean? Sports has just developed so much recently here, and that's what
Well, you
that's
were
what
talking
you do
about-
on your podcast, right? You talk about the piece of football, the sports, and everything, right? So
100%.
So like it's the same thing. Like you and me are literally just screaming at each other. It's the same thing. If you want to play poker, Houston's the place to do it. Of course, we'd love for you to play at Prime, but Houston is just crawling with poker. I mean, it's just Houston, like all of Texas. It's huge. It's developed so much, like you said. There was a bubble, like Jason, you mentioned bubble moneymaker. Yes. COVID created another bubble.
Okay, tell me.
COVID created back. Underground was real again.
Really?
Underground was really big, and that was just all over the world. I mean, you're just poker rooms in Europe just started opening up 6 months ago.
I did
Now,
not know that.
yeah, so think about 6 months after COVID started. So I was in Las Vegas March 13th when Vegas shut down.
Really?
100%. I was on the Strip. Visit family was out there. The Strip was bare dead. For the next 6 months after that, people were playing only six-handed between plexiglass. You probably might have seen pictures. I can show you pictures of it. It was ridiculous. But not in Houston. Houston opened it back up as fast as possible, got those home games back out in development. And now we have literally in Houston, we have, 13 poker rooms in the last 2 years of development?
Wow.
2018, there was only about 4 or 5. Now there's 13.
Nice.
Yeah, guys, someone knows something, you know? But on top of it, games aren't the way they used to be from Vegas.
How
games
so?
aren't the same. I mean, just
Well, let me ask you this, because I'm going to hear.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you what I heard playing at a house probably about a year or so ago, and they said they love playing in Houston, and this is somebody not from Houston. And they said, I love when I'm in Houston to come play as much as I can because they play so much. I don't know the right terminology or verbiage he used,
Sure.
whether it was faster or looser or whatever.
Probably
but
both.
Exactly. And said,
Right.
said the money's just flowing. They said
Yes.
out there in Vegas, the games are just so tight and just like sand ticking out of an hourglass of your life.
yeah. Well, grinders. So here, I'll give you the pure definition.
Okay.
The most exquisite, most exotic poker rooms, Bellagio. Everyone knows Bellagio Fountains in Las Vegas.
Right.
Okay? The Bellagio Fountain is the exquisite part of Las Vegas. Everyone knows about it. So is the poker room. The poker room is the same. Everyone loves the poker room. They had the Bobby's room, Doyle Brunson in there.
Nice.
They used to play what they call the orange chip game.
Did you ever get to play a hand with Dole?
Yes, I have.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so we could talk
That's
way
the
much
one
more
guy.
about that.
There's not many people I'm like, I'd love to sit down at Dole Brunson. I mean, it's just a legend, a Texas legend.
Absolutely.
So I mean, oh man, yeah,
Absolutely.
you've got me green over here
Queen
with
10
that
for
one.
his 8. So let me finish. So where we go from that is that the orange chip game is a 5-10 game.
Oh wow.
It's a 5-10 game, and right now, still to this day, it is capped at 1. Okay, hold on one second. We have flopped two bottom pair for Johnny here, and Josue just flopped the straight.
Yeah.
This is where it gets ugly. Now, if you look at the right-hand side, you can see that Johnny only has 1 out.
Oh, I didn't even
Yeah.
notice that. Wow. So you post not only how many outs on here,
Yeah.
but which
So
you
you can
actually
see
show
it.
the cards.
So now Josue's trying to what we call milk him, and he's going to get a $100 call. Now let's see how much he can distract the river. Now that's actually a really bad card for Josue because a backdoor flush, which now there's 3 cards of flush out here, actually call. And simple bet calls 125, instantly calls. You flop 2 pair. That happens. Again, what do we call this? You just learned it. Cooler. That's what you call cooler. Now, Reese, why didn't he make more money? Multiple reasons why he didn't extract the most money. Josue didn't extract the most money for multiple reasons. Turn card was a 9. River card was a heart. If there was an ace or something else, that 2 pair would have fired. Josue would have checked, but the cards didn't go out that great. Now Josue bet out 125 and was instantly called on the turn, and then the river bet out no 125 and instantly called on the river with 2 pair. But at the same time, that could have been much more money.
Right. It's
cooler.
just he's just dealing from a part where, like you
So-
said, you're playing the percentages, and there was more concern at that point.
Correct, absolutely. So when we were talking about games, Bellagio has the orange chip game, That's 5-10. The max buy-in is $1,000. That's it. And it's been this way since I started playing in 98.
Never went up.
It's a strategy. Yes. Hand number 34 here, guys. Now, guys, I'm going to get off of Bellagio right away. This is why I mentioned this, Jason. We are now playing a 2-5, $500 minimum, $2,000 cap for the first hour. Then after the first hour, we do a match stack. So if someone has $10,000 here, they made $10,000 in the first hour, anyone at that table can match that stack. So when you're saying what's changed, it's the diversity, it is the people, it is the expansion of not only Houston and all of San Antonio, Dallas, and everyone in Texas, but we're the only live stream that actually is in this city.
Really?
We're the only live stream in the city. And what we allow to do is these guys pretty much create their own private game. And that being said, you can't find that in the most pristine place in Las Vegas right now.
Wow.
You're talking about a big poker room of decades of centuries of history, and one of your favorite, the greats, Doyle Brunson. Bobby's room, they don't even have that, and it's private. You know what I mean? Here, you're just on live stream playing, and you can actually buy in more in this game than you could actually at Bellagio right now. So you say, Reese, why do people come to Prime? Why do people come in Texas in general? The games are so big. They're so sick. People are loose, aggressive. People want to gamble. There are no casinos here. This is blackjack. This is craps. This is roulette. This is everything for everyone in Houston. You know what I mean? Unless you're doing underground stuff. But here in Houston, like, this is it. But it's the same thing. Why, Jason, is you and Aaron's podcast on Tuesdays going off right now? Why are you exceeding more and more followers each week? Because, one, you're doing your due diligence of work. Of course, your work ethic is helping, right? But on top of it, more sports are coming into town. More people are being developed in sports. And plus the growth of the city is also expanding. I mean, God, additional 12% more high school teams this year than the last 2-3 years?
Wow.
Right, of high schoolers are coming in, high school. Well, think about it. 2 years ago, there was no high school teams for a year, right?
Exactly.
So, like, now, all these, 4A, 5A schools are going back to massive schools again. They're all, football's ready to go. Soccer's in season, football's in season.
The domino effect is just the same.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And here, think about this. The volleyball championship, NCAA volleyball championship, had over 8 million views the other day. I couldn't even remember when volleyball was online like that back
All right, well, let me ask you this. Let's be fair. Let's be fair. Hold on a second.
Let's be fair.
All right, male or female volleyball?
Female.
Okay. Now, the 8 million. Have you ever seen, let me ask you one question and we'll leave it at that. Have you ever seen volleyball shorts? Okay.
You ever seen track shorts?
Yes.
Oh, even worse.
Okay, there you go. There's the 8 million explained.
I understand. I
dropped it too low, brother.
All right, so the Queens here is going, and there's hands like this where we have big hands, guys. Not too much of a big a pot. Sometimes people are just feeling out. Again, Jason, why didn't it get that bigger? I'm going to tell you this right from the get-go.
Okay.
King, Jack, ace on the flop. It's going to slow anyone down. It's just going to slow anyone down. Even with hitting the set and the Queens, club comes on the river, it's going to slow people down.
Let me ask you this.
Yes.
So, not to blow smoke, but I could see how this could be very advantageous of people that, all right, I'm not able to come out tonight and play and everything, but I'm going to put on the stream and everything. Seeing the hands, how different people play it, seeing the percentages, it's almost like, you've heard stories about people saying they were in foreign countries and would watch the TV and pick up the language like that.
Absolutely.
I guess there you go. Perfect.
I did it.
So I guess the correlation to what I'm asking here with the stream, are you hearing from people like, man, just watching the stream, seeing the percentages, actually seeing the outs and it making sense? Because we touched on this earlier. There's a couple different ways people think and process information.
Absolutely.
Some, you can just tell them what something's going to look like or show them a blueprint, and they get it in their mind. If you show me a blueprint, I have no clue what it's going to look like.
Hieroglyphics to you, right?
100%.
Yeah, like I have no idea what I'm looking at.
I have to see 3D. I have to see it.
Exactly. I have to touch, feel, sense it, read it, go through it, right? Yeah.
100%. And so seeing how everybody responds to the hand, actually seeing the outs, the percent, I just think if this is something that if you're not able able to come out and play and get the live reps yourself, I mean, it's absolutely prudent to get the reps via this. Because, I mean, it's making me think about it in a different way.
Sure. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So let's look. All right. So you just say, wow. What just happened?
Oh, he flopped it.
Harry just flopped it. Harry flopped second nut flush draw. Johnny does have the jack with the 8 of hearts, so this is the reason why you would call. And Elijah kind of just says, you know what, don't got a heart back all the way. 3, not the biggest card for Johnny. If Harry keeps this small, Johnny's going to come in. He's got mid pair with a heart draw.
What would keep you in this for if you're Johnny?
Oh, I mean, this is fine. Not betting too much. This is 75, a little. So the pot was 105, now 75, about half pot, so that got him to call. Now, if a heart comes on the river, now see, this is interesting. Johnny now has 2 pair. So what are the calculations that Harry actually has the exact hand, what he has? And that's where you can start doing math. This is
so Johnny's saying.
Now, this is an overbet. This is an overbet. The pot's 250. He overbets at 350, and Johnny instantly folds. But again, like you were talking about, calculations math. Well, let's go back to exactly what you were just talking about. Like, Reese, do people see that? The thing is we're way behind. The generation, these graphics, all this stuff has, like right now, we can see the VPIP, which is voluntary people putting money into pots.
Oh, nice.
So you can see that the aggression right there, the top aggression is about 64, 75%, right? So it was right there on the screen. I can see it. Oh, these are all the people. Harry, crazy times. That's everyone talking. So everyone can talk to us over here to the left.
Oh, nice. Okay, I see the comments.
Yeah, you started. Did someone say math? Yes, math girl. Everyone said math. Someone said math. We did say math. But the calculations of it, everyone's kind of been spoiled because we have been able to see the percentages recently in the years where people could see that. I mean, it's done. It's been done, right? Where it comes to now is people like you and myself who actually are going to describe and understand more what's in these people's brains that we know that what that math actually matters. Because now what we call now one of the biggest things are solvers and a bunch of other stuff where people like you and math action dealer. What's up, Mario? Math girl, you'll know this. Literally, it's solvers. Hey, I'm playing against a computer. How many times does this person have ace-7 versus 9-7 versus ace-queen? Top pair, 2 pair flop with ace-queen, and Josue has my favorite hand, which is 9-7, and flops a set. How many times, if you play this hand over and over again, solver's going to say how many times the 9-7 wins compared to the ace-queen. And that's where this math is really coming to. So as we can tell right now, Josue's at 94%. Now, is there much in the pot? Not really, because ace-queen didn't dump off on him. So now Josue puts in 175. Now let's talk to you, Jason. Are you not calling with ace-queen? Can you put Josue on a 7? And this is where we're in the math and thought process.
Well,
this is where we got to put Don at.
For me, and you tell me if I'm overthinking it.
Sure.
I'm probably out the hand, even with the ace-queen, you know, because you got top pair, like you said, but you got to worry about them having the 7. You also got to worry if somebody gets in a hand. I know not many people are going into 4-6, but they're on the you know.
It will happen tonight, I promise you. Right. So Don does call because he's got top pair with a queen kicker, so he has 2 pair. Aces and 7s with a queen. Josue just took the pot with 3 7s. And Jose, congratulations. I owe you $5. You're winning with my hand.
What got
Math
you?
is dumb. I'm a field player. Okay. And I agree 100% with you, Math. Poker can. Oh, we got new players coming in. All right, let's go. You know, and like we talked about, the dynamic of people. And it's the same thing with dynamic in sports for you, right? How do you know how to make that run? How do you know when you pitch back in a pocket, are you going to run, you're going to stay in that pocket, whatever, right? Same with poker. You know, and that's what makes good quarterbacks comparison to good commentators, to good players. What can you do when you get in that position? And are you right or wrong? You know what I mean? I mean, how many times have you and Aaron talked about, like, in any podcast about, like, even though they make a play, oh, Don's got aces here. Even though they make the right play, that wasn't the play that was called, right? But they made an audible, right? That's what we call an audible.
Absolutely.
It's not always the wrong play, but was it the right play? And that's kind of how poker can be played because, like you said, the diversification of it all, everyone can play the way they want to, which makes it a beautiful game. And just simple. Don takes a dab with aces that no one sees a hand.
So someone else sits in at a cash game you're at. You've got, let's say you've got 6, 7 at the table, kind of got your feel going. Does it alter your game at all?
100%.
How so?
First of all, now you're talking about numbers. So when you got 6 players instead of 8 players and 9 players, how many cards in the math of how many more cards are out there changes everything.
Wow. Okay.
So that's why. Yeah. So see, they're like, "Wow, Reese, I didn't even think about it." Right.
Yeah,
so it's just like, yeah.
And I mean, so are scratch paper and a pencil frowned upon at the table?
People do it all the time. You'd be surprised.
Are you really?
Oh, 100%. People, especially vloggers will take notes of all their hands so they can go ahead and vlog it back into the commentators. Danny Negreanu probably has a different way of writing on a pen and pencil, but he does it just as much. 100%.
All right, so you had someone mentioning there a while ago that they're more of a field player.
Yes.
So I guess that was going in towards the question I was going to ask you. If you're like me, you're like, all right, I'm not going to crush all the numbers in my head. I like the fun of it. I like playing it. Say that. Are you dead money at the table?
No.
How so?
How so? Because one of the worst and craziest things that people don't realize, as much as where people would think that women are bad players or they're not as good as men, as much as other stuff, they don't realize how many tells people got. If you were a reader, if you're a body reader, if you're feeling it,
really,
if you can body read, gesture read, I mean, there's just so many ways that you cannot even use the calculation of cards and just play the player. There are people, I mean, I've done it too, where I don't even really look. I might look at one card, if I have played 2 cards, I might look at one card. Sometimes depends on the player. I'll just play off that one card until it becomes a real necessary to look at the other, because I'm just paying attention and focusing on, is their hand twitching? Is their eye twitching? Are they coughing? Are they covering their throat? Are they choking on their larynx? Are they scratching their eye? Are they looking me in the eye? Are they looking at me? Are they checking my posture? Did my body move down? Did my chest go up? Did I move my feet as soon as I looked at my second card? This is so much of poker. And Courtney right here just jumps into the game. He's got king 10 and flops top mid pair here. He's going to check it. Now he's got 2 pair, kings and 3s with a 10 kicker. So, yeah, when right here we said, was it Math Girl? I was just joking. Oh, you're lying. Courtney gets a check mark here with 2 pair, kings and 3s, the ace kicker. The feel is extremely real, and that's where the dynamics of reading and gestures and like use a soul read. You've heard of that, right? I'm just. Guys, give me 1 second. Can you guys still hear us? Let me see if you guys can still hear us. Can someone tell me if you can? All right, guys, we're back. We're back. Sue Ellen, Reese, Jason here in the booth, Prime Poker. How are you guys doing? We're back. I think we had some audio quality issues, or mainly we just didn't want to talk for 5 minutes. But we're back. All righty, Jason.
Right.
What's that?
Man, not much. We're getting, like you said, audio went out for a little bit. We're back, excited to be out here. So anything you've got, obviously poker-related, I'm going to let Reese answer that.
Sure.
But we see your comments coming in. So any questions, Texans, NFL fantasy, fire those off as well. We'll just cover it all because I don't know if we announced it earlier, but Prime Social Poker Club has become the new title sponsor for the Houston Football Show with myself, Jason Braddock, and Aaron Wilson. Every Tuesday night, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. I'm also the NBA and NFL lead evaluator and fantasy writer over at drroto.com as well.
That's everything. We're talking about fantasy. We're talking about Houston. We're talking about taxes. We're talking about
all of it.
All of it.
Oh, yeah.
Just your brains just fly with numbers.
Yeah, I mean.
Just different kind of numbers. Right?
That's it. Like, if you meet me in public, people probably like, he's a little socially awkward because I guess some people have that gene to where they can just talk with anybody and small talk.
Oh, you go, boy.
I have to have programmed small talk. Like, I just listen to what the elderly people said when I was younger, and I just repeat those slogans. But if you talk to me about sports, I can talk with you all day.
Gotcha.
Right? And poker, love poker, can talk with you all day about it. I'm no expert, obviously, by a long shot, but I can talk to you about it. Small talk is like, what do you think about this weather? Some heat we're having, huh?
Sure, it rained today.
It's not the heat, it's the humidity.
So
I just say cliches.
Cliches,
basically.
I like it. Pocket 4 is here. Is good.
Oh,
3-bet with $65.
And Johnny with
all
a
right,
pocket
so
queen.
now, yes. So this, okay, yeah, here we go. So this is, okay, so wait a minute. Action checkers, catch it up. Here we go. It's 3-bet 65 with Johnny. Courtney's going to call it. All right, so here, we were talking about diversification, right? Courtney just came back from California. He is in production of another movie.
Really?
Yep, and he is a writer and producer for movies. And 3 diamonds come out of here. No player has a diamond, so that's still just ugly flop, whether it's 4s or queens. If Courtney would like to 3-bet this over the top just to take it down, he might actually do so.
How long has he been playing there?
Courtney, I've known Courtney here for about a year and like 2 months. And like I was just like, Courtney, what happened? You disappeared. He's like, yeah, dude, he's coming back from the movie. But like Courtney, you were talking about pen and paper. Courtney literally sat there and would just be like, cumulative winnings, by the way. We were talking about this earlier. So 2.1 all the way in the top, and the most Johnny's lost is 1.2. So this is see where people go throughout the night. Courtney would literally be sit there, play poker hands, and he'd just be writing notes, writing descriptions, writing out like where I want to put music in this spot in the movie. And he just got a great deal. Came back from California like literally 3 weeks ago. Starts playing a live stream every Friday now.
You got yourself into a cameo appearance
Nah,
yet?
not yet. But but I like it. But again, there's just so much knowledge of the world on the poker table.
Right.
You know, like you said, small talk, I'm all for it. Sports talk, sure. Poker talk, I don't talk about poker at home because I talk about poker all
You don't.
day. I
You don't want to talk
go
about it
on.
at all.
I don't want to keep on talking about it, right? Ace 3 host Sway here. Let's see if he wants to do anything. Brad's also a very good player. He used to play here the 5-10 games. Normally the minimum buy-in was $5K. So Brad knows what he's doing. He's just at the table here. So this can get interesting. Ace King of Hearts here for Don. Now, so you can see this cool thing. The percentages pre-flop. Ace King is 66%, 21% for the 8-6, and then only 11% for the Ace 3.
Okay, explain that because you've got the nuts if the spades come, obviously.
Correct.
But the 8-6 suited as
because
well with the spades.
One ace is already out, and Don's completely dominated with it. So that's how crazy these could change. So the 8-6 was actually ahead of the Ace 3. Mm-hmm. And now if you look at it, it still has just about as good odds as the Ace 3 does. You know what I mean? So, like, if the 8-6 were to lead out here and bet strong, it could take it down. Now, obviously, this is more than likely it's just probably going to go bet, call, fold here. Especially now Don
Right.
has picked up the flush draw. Now this is a check. This is where you could extract possibly some more money. Ace King High is going to be good here. More than likely this is either a check, which, yeah, Don just check. Josue's easily going to check with a bluff catcher, Ace 3, Ace King. They both have absolutely squadouche. Ace King wins. Ace King High wins. And this is how it goes. It is so hard to make a pair in poker. That's what a lot of people say. That's why when people have pairs like aces, they just what do they call it? They just over-exaggerate how powerful that hand is.
Right.
But, like, and, you know, aces are the best hands, Jason, pre-flop. But
Right.
after that flop,
It's
7 deuce could be crushing you.
like a new car pulling off the lot.
Yeah.
As soon as that flop comes off, it depreciates real
Yeah.
quick.
Goes straight down, right? No, exactly.
And so that's a great point, though. So people young to the game of poker and playing that, and they know pocket aces, all right, I'm hitting hard pre-flop and all that. How do you get them to understand to be able to get off of it? Because everybody wants to win, especially novices. Everybody wants to win every time they get pocket aces pre-flop. And then how do you not scare the action away as well? So what's the happy median?
Learn 100 times that when you lead out for $15, you're going to get 12 callers in Houston, and every time you lean out for $15 in Vegas, they all fold to you. Or you overbet it for $100 in Texas, and still 5 players call you.
Right.
Or they all fold. With aces, kings, queens, any of these major hands, you're either going to have people that are going to call you, and you're either going to get smacked in the face with the best of it, or you're going to get crushed. And the best way to understand that is, honestly, sample size. Play aces the same way 100 times, and then play aces the same way again 100 times. And if you write everyone down, you're going to realize how much you made off of them, how much you lost, how many people called. And you will then become an educator of understanding the question. How do I make more money here? How can I
So it's
extract
still, in
more money
essence,
here?
it's still a feel, but it's a math feel for it, if you will, analytical feel, because when you go back and look at those numbers over a big sample size, over a year or whatever you're talking about playing those hands, and you see it's based off of that percentage.
So we talked about pocket aces. Courtney has them right now. And he raises it to $20. And also it matters the game, too. And more than likely, raise out $20. You don't want to just call because you don't want 7 deuce to limp in. And more than likely, it looks like, yeah, and he shows the aces. And he wins. $7 extra. It's another thing, too, when I talk about sample size. It's the same thing when you say, okay, Reese, we got a new Houston player here in the Texans. Instead of a cornerback, he's now going to go to safety position. How do you realize if that person or however the player goes from one spot of a corner to a different part of a corner? Or like here, linebackers from a Will to a Mike to a Will linebacker. How many reps does that person have to learn that position to get better at the position, even though a Will linebacker and a Mike linebacker are different spots and different positions, but they're still in that category, that spot, right?
It's the nuances.
Sure.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, they might know the position, but they have no idea how to play it. And it's the same thing with sample sizing in poker. People who have developed the game so much, and people have won 16 bracelets the most.
Oh,
like,
wow.
now, and here's a queen, jack. No one has anything. Literally, king 10 is the best hand right
There
now.
it is.
And there goes the straight.
Oh, possible.
And it's a straight flush draw.
Right.
So, like, now not only did you pull the best hand, now it's
Open-ended,
to the nutted.
too.
Yep.
Right, yeah.
It's the nutted best hand, right? So any 8.
Oh, no,
or,
he needs the
well, the straight draw. No, I mean, the.
I'm talking about the
correct,
straight flush.
straight
yeah.
flush. Yes, he needs a jack. But now Brad has picked up so much more. Let's talk about picking up equity,
Okay.
Jason. This is not picking up equity. Not only does Jason now have the nut straight at the moment, now he's picked up major redraws of the nuts. He has now, any ace comes, he has the nut straight to the ace, right?
Right.
If any ace of diamonds come, he has a nut flush, right? If another diamond comes, he has a second nut flush. So this is having equity in your hand, developing even more for him to be able to bet. And here he goes. Now,
he don't have the nuts. But,
this is the thing. Courtney does have a straight as well. He has the lower end. So just like what Pierrot is, that you always want the nutted hand to go up, right? Math feels, baby. Yes, Hugo Perez, I got you. Now, this is a very great bet by Brad. Again, someone who knows what he's doing. He didn't over bet the pot. He wanted to make sure that he got called. And that's exactly what he did. Because it went runner, flush, and now the capability that there's 3 diamonds out there. How much is in his hand? You're looking at an 18% chance that he has those diamonds. And you're putting him on those exact 2 cards. But what is he betting on the turn? What is he betting on the flop with? And now he knows, and that's where you get that information. But again, we're talking about sample size. Same thing, like if anyone in a professional position in a football team, it's how many reps you do. Right. Are you a good quarterback every time you jump in the box 1 time or 100 times? You're going to be better at 100 reps than with 1 rep,
I mean,
right?
I think everything in life, whether you're talking about, when we talk muscle memory, whether you're talking about your regular muscle, whether you're talking about your mind or whatever, and same thing with the reps sitting there at the poker table, mental.
Absolutely no different. Those reps in the brain is no different than you're talking about reps in football. Yeah. And this is where it starts. These are where Brad's talking to me. But something happened to the audio, guys. We can't really hear Brad. Brad likes to talk to me. He tells me I'm full of crap sometimes. Nice. Well, they can hear the player. We are in a half an hour delay, so they can hear us in a half an hour later. So 9s versus 4s versus ace king. Josue elects to 3-bet it with 125. We'll see how this hand progresses. See if Elijah he'll just fold. Okay, so fold. Josue picked up a nice little pot of about $70. Jason, Tuesday, 8 p.m., you do a podcast. How long does that podcast go?
We do 1 hour every week. So it's a year-round, once-a-week, 1-hour show based on the Texans. Like we mentioned earlier.
Everything Texans.
Everything Texans, year-round. And especially right now, it's an exciting time because they have all those draft picks. When I talk about year-round and being excited about that, I mean, when we start getting to the end of the season.
Sure.
The season really doesn't end for those passionate, diehard Texans fans. And because I've done terrestrial radio for over 10 years in Houston, like I'm saying, Sports Talk 790 and then ESPN 97.5 after that, I took that background from the Sports Talk radio, and I found out, the different aspects and not being limited by signal strength, that you can actually go ahead and reach that entire market, not only of Texans fans in greater Houston, but also around the globe. So, I mean, they can just tap in, they get it year-round. So we get that passionate, diehard fan, but even that novice that just wants that information earlier, it's an insider show. It's the Texans show that the players, the media, the personnel department, the front office, everybody listens to because it's in the know and it's year-round in the know.
Well, the good thing about that, too, is the dedication that you have. Like you said, your work ethic, right? How big and the growth of Houston has become. They can listen to your podcast when they're on a plane to going to Europe or
100%.
when they're traveler business people
Absolutely.
like going to Australia or whatever, right? And that's what I think the capability of the dynamics of what we've been able to do now with poker streaming and with, like you said, like with Houston Texans and the football team, where now your voice can be heard all the time, anytime, as long as we're consistent.
Get the information you want when you want it. I mean, one of the other reasons, terrestrial radio and the Houston sports market as far as sports talk radio, and this is no well-kept secret, it's not a great market. I think a lot of that has to do with, again, going back to that diversity. You have a melting pot here where if you're coming from Pittsburgh, you're probably a Steelers fan. If you're coming from Dallas, you're probably a Cowboys fan. So it's such a melting pot that your ratings here in this market, if you're drawing like 3.0s on sports stations, you're doing pretty good. And if you're doing 4.0s, you're getting bonuses. You know what I mean?
Right.
Oh, well, 4.0, you're getting fired in Dallas. You know what I mean? You're,
Sure.
you're at 8.0s and, you know, up like that. And then if you get into the Philly and New York. So it's a different type market.
Well, same thing. I'm at 26 people right now. I haven't gotten fired yet.
Okay,
They're giving me
nice.
that wink. You know what I'm
I
saying?
got you, 100%.
They're giving me that wink. Reese, we need to try something new.
100%. And that's it. And you want to catch us up on this one?
Right now we are, at this point, good call. Now Josue has turned the straight. So, now this is the thing, though. What Josue's going to bet her 50. Now, do you believe that Courtney can call with eight deuce of spades here? There's no spades on the flop. That's pretty much hands done. Brad's got deuces. He's going to let it go.
Right.
You could tell it's crazy how much you could see what you know what's going to happen.
Sure.
When you can cheat and look, right?
It's a lot easier this way. Can I just have this live without the delay at the table?
We'd make money.
I think,
tell you that.
I think that would be beneficial.
It would be not right.
And I'm the walking, talking clone. You know, I got into when we talk about people that really like no limit, hold 'em, and even PLO lately. I've really got into. We talked about that off air the other day. But you know, I'm that walking cliche. You know, I've 03 Moneymaker got into it, watched Rounders and loved it. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm that cliche, but I'm okay with it.
So, like right here, Harry now leads out for 40. Courtney calls with ace-jack. And Miss Sue Ellen says, if you're from Kansas, you're a Chiefs fan.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and a Texas Tech quarterback that's one of the best.
Anywhere from Kansas. It doesn't matter. You're a Chiefs fan. I get
Chiefs
that.
fans are getting fans from all over. I mean, you're playing for AFC championships and Super Bowls every year.
Yeah. All right, flop comes out here, 3 clubs. Now, this is the interesting part.
Wow, this is going to get ugly.
Yes, agreed. So every player felt it out. Now, this hand doesn't look bad for Harry, so he's going to lead out here. Courtney can take 2 positions here. He can re-raise this, or he could just call and see if he catches the last
What would
club
be your play?
Right now, this is where it becomes a little bit more in-depth. Now, obviously, Harry's got kings here. We have, Courtney doesn't know that. This is the thing where you got to understand, and where I told you I talk a lot about this, is keeping bluffs and bluffs ranges in people's hands. So as much as you be like, okay, well, if I bluff here with my kings, is my king high good? And if the club came down, we know it's not. But how often is that last 13.5% of those last 9 cards left to hit going to hit best for your range or his range? So when you're saying, Reese, how does this work and is that good? If you are betting with nutted hands, which basically you have the nuts every time,
right?
You also should be betting as much with your bluff marginal hands too. If not, people should be picking up
So is that
your
the
tells.
tell?
Yeah.
Okay.
People should be picking up.
So it's not just body
if you're
language,
betting with
mannerisms.
the nuts every time, but never betting with a bluff, you will
You're not
get
going to get
crushed.
any action,
A
right?
real poker player is going to pick that up so fast you will start to lose, or you will not get the. Oh, there we go. We will not get the best value for your hand when you do make the nutted hands.
That's a
That's
beautiful
why, again,
sound.
when people, I know, right? That's what people used to make aces were. Oh, if I have aces all the time, if I bet in, how much money I go? Well, if everyone puts you on aces every time, I'm not going to play you. And now see here, so again, we have 3 clubs out there. Courtney's got he flopped it.
Right.
Now, how do you get paid on this? Are my bluffs in here? Do the cards match up? Does anyone catch it? And sometimes you got to hope, like Don right here, has just now led out with a queen.
Raise.
And this is where Courtney now values his hand and raises it. Now flags should be coming up with Don. Okay, he flopped.
How heavy
check,
do you
check,
raise
check.
if you want action?
It's just been normally there's 4 ways: quarter pot, half pot, 3/4 pot, or full pot, or just the number 5 over bet raise all in. You know what I mean?
Right.
Those are your 4 ways. So like right now, here let's take a look at it. $5 call, check, $10 bet, half pot. Don bets 50. He re-raises it to 20 on 20 more. So initially he quarter pot the bet.
Gotcha.
Now, he didn't get called, and that's okay. One of the biggest things in tournament poker, very clear, Jason, tournament poker comparison to live poker, you never want to show anyone your hand. I learned this from Phil Locke, Daniel Negreanu, Jason Somerville, people I played with when I was traveling the circuit, going everywhere. The best way I remember Jason Somerville, I was at WPT in Barcelona, Spain, and he looks at me, and Jason, just came out. He was, he was a brand new poker player. He was one of the homosexual poker players that was very well known and everything like that, and people had their own response for it. But I was in Barcelona when I was playing with him, and he was just like, Reese, you're just showing too many hands. And it was so funny because I've been playing for 7 years. I'm like, Jason, I know what I'm doing, right? And no, the professional just sat up to me and was just like, look, dude, you show too many hands. You're not getting enough bluffs out. You're not betting enough for people to not see your hand every flop or on every turn or every river. Not saying I'm showing them directly, but I'm making it valuable for people to calm me down all the time. And after that, my game changed completely.
Really?
Because it was just like, oh, my God, in tournaments, unless someone's paying for it, I never want them to see the hand, ever. Like, even if I'm bluffing, I should either raise or find a way, or I'm folding to a bet or hoping it is. I never show, because you're giving people information. And that's also sometimes, Jason, why people don't like watching the stream or working on the stream, because you're giving up too information to hands you play. But this is my counter to that.
Well, let me ask you before you counter,
Yes.
do you see a correlation with that? I mean, a lot of these guys continue to return and play.
100%. But this is where I'll counter exactly where you say. If you want to be a professional poker player, if you want to play for money as a player consistently at these stakes, you need to learn how to have someone play your every single hand and people still don't come up. You got to be able to learn. It's the same thing. Like, okay, remember Vic was always in the pocket, always in that? He's going to run. Throw a pass. You just completely messed him up. You're expecting a run. You know how that was back in the day. It's the same thing.
Yeah, they would have to run a muddle huddle because, I mean, if he got out the pocket, I mean, he's just the
going to run.
Best mobile quarterback ever.
And no matter what, you had to learn to transition your play. When people say, I don't want to see people look at my cards of how I play, if you cannot change your game, you're dead in the game. As you would say, one of the best favorite movies is Rounders, right?
Right.
If you can't spot the fish in the first half an hour, you are the fish. Right? And it's the same thing. Poker players have to develop their game. Just like Doyle Brunson, Dan Harrington had multiple books written about mim clicking, and that was like the minimal bet on top of a bet. So if someone bet 50, you would mim click it to 100. That used to be a way to pot control and play your game more efficiently, but still put more money in the pot. Nowadays, if you do that, it is literally a polarized position saying you will have a nutted hand. And that's just become very vibrant into the world of poker because things have changed so much where if you read books back 10, 15 years ago, back in 2003 when Moneymaker and all that did all that stuff, those books are completely irrelevant now in comparison to today.
Really?
I mean, some of the tactics are still there, but realistically, the numbers have changed. Think about it. Moneymaker 1, there was what? 4,800 playing the World Series. Now every year there's 11,000 with 10 guaranteed. Moneymaker 1, what? 2.5 million. Now it's a 10 million guarantee almost every year. That's a difference of numbers because of what the ambassador of Moneymaker did at that time and created to a whole new light, right?
Who's been mostly taking those? Has it been vets here lately? Because there's just such a pool. Big pool
at this
involved.
point, it's
anybody.
The main event's anyone's game at this point. Still, you know. Well, it's funny. I mean, when you ask about, like, the professionals of the world, you know, best people in the world's got 16 bracelets. You know, Phil Hellmuth, after his back-to-back doing that, just like Johnny Chan back-to-back, they haven't never gotten close. Top 100, top 50, and it's been 2 decades. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it's just one of those things. Brad hits a queen here with the 7 kicker. Little gutter ball for Johnny with Jack will make him a straight, and 6s would make Donna's trips if he hits it. Doesn't hit it, though. So, Jace, what is something you can tell us about? We're going to talk about the tournaments here in a minute, but we have a big upcoming week coming up. So we're going to talk about Prime's upcoming week, but you tell me what's going on in Texans week. What's going on this week? What are they looking forward to? What is their schedule like? What is the podcast talk this week? Let's get a pre-show of this week now.
Well, you're going into this week, and I think two of the bigger national storylines from around the NFL week one have to do with the two teams meeting this week in Denver, the Houston Texans and the Denver Broncos. And to expound on that, what I mean is that you had so much criticism on Lovie Smith at the end of that game because the Texans were up 20-3 in that game, and you get to overtime. It's 4th and 3, and we can talk about all the variables before that went into place. But you get in overtime, 4th and 3, less than 30 seconds left, and a lot of people, you're taught the old adage. Anybody that ever grew up around sports, you play to win the game. So everybody knows the old adage. Became a meme, I think, with her.
Right. Memes are real now, guys. That's for sure.
100%. So, there was so much backlash after that. Not only the day after the game in the press conference, but the next day at the press conference, where he's just continuously pushed. And I agreed with Lovie Smith's decision on it, because you can say the one static decision like, "Oh, you play to win the game," but that's just an opinion that you say that everybody says and everybody agrees to. Yes, you obviously, that's a common sense statement. You obviously play to win the game. Sure. And Lovie Smith, being a guy that went to the Super Bowl with Rex Grossman at quarterback, which is the Chicago Bears, I mean, he knows that more than anybody else. I think Lovie showed a maturity with that decision. Him more than anybody else, being competitive, would want to go for it and get that win in that moment. But he knew that in that fourth quarter, the Texans only ran successful play on offense like 18% of the time. You talk about math and analytics.
We're talking about math right now. Brad has the flush draw here, 6 flush draw. Johnny just moved all in with 9-6 here. Now, Don's has him covered with 10, so he's going to have to try to filter that out, right?
Right.
But right now, as we could tell, 14%, Johnny is Johnny's crushed.
Right.
And who has the most equity and value in this hand is Don at 40%, and Harry, who has the second nut flush draw with only king 10. So think about this. Don's got 40% with pocket 10s, so he's got 2 pair of 10s and 9s. Or, I'm sorry, 2 pair of 10s and 4s. You got Johnny that's only at 14% but shoved for $400, but he's only got 9s and 4s. 10s and 4s beats 9s and 4s. And the other person that has the best equity in the hand is Harry. So the person who literally had the best value and the second best value in the hand folded. And now look up the percentage of what Johnny's got. Now, he's 50%, now 56%. Now Harry just went... oh, no. Oh, no, that's a call. Nope, that was a call. And he just loses. And 10s would have won if he stayed in.
Wow.
And Harry, he had some good outs, I guess. All right. Shoot with the rest of it. Yes.
No, back on the Texans, though, and with that Broncos storyline, you have Russell Wilson leave Seattle after a decade there, 10 years in Seattle. Now he's the quarterback at Denver. We talked about the storyline here in Houston. People wanted Lovie to go for it when it was 2020 instead of punting and basically accepting the tie there. I feel like at that point, the Texans were predicted by many to be the 32nd team out of 32 teams in the NFL this year.
Okay.
They were 8.5-point underdogs at home week 1. And so just because...
How do you defy those odds?
Well, that's the thing. And to be upset with the tie, I think, is a benefit, because the same people, Texans fans, that are upset with the tie at the end are the same ones that gave them no chance to even be in that game. Vegas gave them no chance, almost double-digit. This week, Vegas doesn't give them a chance, with the Broncos favored by 10 as well.
Talking about a favor right now. Brad's got Queens against an open of Noah's $20 and then a 3-bet by Elijah with Ace King. Now it's been 4-bet to $160 with Queens. So when we're talking about value hand, Reese, how do you put value in the hands? Obviously, his 5 side, there's no value to it. Ace King does have value with it.
Oh,
now this
wow.
is it. Here we go. Here's fireworks, right?
Yes.
Now, Elijah, now this is simple check. Diamonds is not good here. We don't like diamonds here. Why? There's too many cards, too many aces here that could have a diamond with it, right? So at this point, queens should not be letting Elijah see a free card. Now Elijah also is first to act, so he's going to lead out here for 250. I'm telling you this right now, Reese. What do? Brad knows what to do here. He's either now behind or he's going to raise this. He shouldn't be just like if Brad does just he does just call here. Brad has something in his own head and why he's not pushing this on the river. He has the thing. This is another thing too. If Elijah then leads out here for another, so if he does 250 or 300, it's basically a quarter-size bet here. So let's see what Elijah can pick up. Ha! See, smart, bro. He checks. Now this is a position where, all right, Reese. Jason, Reese, why did he check? He's checked now calling. Unless it's an all-in bet, now he reevaluates. He wants to see what's going on. Now this is about keeping bluffs in.
He basically wants to see where his opponent's at?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this is now bluff ranges. I'm probably going, like if it's Elijah, I'm probably calling anything. I'm going to see if he can put out, because this is where if Brad had absolutely nothing or just king-queen, ace-king wins right now. He's not expecting Brad to flop set of queens here. Or maybe he has ace-10 with a diamond and missed it, and he has a better ace-king hand instead of ace-10 here. All these things can matter in Elijah right now. This is a pretty big bet of 600, so this is literally three-quarter pot. The pot was $840, 800 some odd dollars. He bets in 600. It's quarter pot. Now the pot's 1.4. 600 for Elijah to call. Sue Ellen, come on what? We're talking about the hand. Reese, this is simple to fold. It's not simple to fold. It's not simple.
Call.
But he does call.
3 queens.
And he's going to show it. Match that money, make him sweat. No, again, Brad, now this is the thing. Why did Brad check the turn? I don't have the exact reason why he checked the turn, but he extracted 600 on the river of how the card fell, and that was what I would intend how Brad anticipated. If these particular set cards go, and this is what I'm going to bet, and this is how I should make, because I'm putting them on this range of ace something.
All right.
Now, Reese, would you have done that? No, I would have probably done the same thing on the turn. Just in case if there was a diamond draw there or something like that, right? Because if I'm putting them an ace-king there or ace something, I want, like Sue Ellen said, I want him to pay for it. But again, keeping those bluff ranges in allows him to even know Elijah checked, was willing to pretty much check calling anything. Brad put him in that test. That's what I'm saying. Poker can be just a complete twisted mind screwball. I check because I want you to bet into me. Things like that. Top pair here for Courtney. We can't see Harry's hand. He might not put it on the reader.
Heads up.
So, this week, game starts when?
They've got the afternoon game. It's a afternoon kickoff this Sunday, about 3:25 there in Denver. So, Texans fans that like to enjoy the rest of the game, like
They're
Red
2
Zone.
hours behind or 1 because of daylight savings time?
Denver's 1 hour behind.
Because they're not past the.
No,
yeah,
they're
not past,
Mountain
right?
Time zone.
Mountain
yeah.
time zone. So 3:30 our time then?
Yeah, it'll be about 3:25 our time against the Denver Broncos. Russell Wilson there. Broncos had a decision at the end of it where they could have called their timeout and went for it with Russell Wilson, who they just gave a $250 million contract to. But instead of trusting him to pick up 5 yards on a 4th and 5 at the end of the game, they trusted a kicker who's never made 61-plus yard field goal to try a 64-yard field goal to, there at the end of the game. Obviously, he missed it. I saw a stat where only players are 2 for 29 from that distance. So, I mean, to bet on
numbers,
that,
sir.
yeah.
Bad numbers.
Exactly.
Bad numbers.
You get it. And so to trust the kicker in that situation over your $250 million quarterback, it's really confusing. So they'll probably have a chip on their shoulder this week. With Houston coming to town, Russell Wilson, his first game at home in Denver as the quarterback for the Broncos, their new head coach, Nathaniel Hackett. After all the criticism this week, they should be ready. But I think, like I said, Vegas has them by 10. Last week I said that was silliness for the Colts to be favored 8.5. Colts beat the Texans last year in 2 games by a combined score of 62-3, so I get it.
Sure.
But the team changes. The identity changes every offseason. And they came back, and I picked the Texans to win, and they should have won. Let them come back, ended in a tie that game. But I said, even if you're not even there with me thinking that the Texans can turn around that quick, take the 8.5. That's a no-brainer this week.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm going to say it again. The Broncos, Texans traveling to Denver facing the Broncos, they're getting 10 points. They're getting double digits. I think the Broncos win this game. I think the Broncos win by 6 points. But I don't think it gets to that double digit because the run game should be better. You have rookie first-round pick Kenyon Green. I expect him to start at left guard.
Okay.
Scott Quesenberry is going to step in at center for Justin Britt, who's left the team currently right now, or away from the team currently, I should say, for personal reasons. And so while he's out, and he struggled there in week 1, coming back from injuries that he's dealt with the last couple of years of his career. And so Scott Quesenberry should be in there. You got somebody healthier that can get out on those stretch, get out in distance, get those blocks. So the running game should be better. Davis Mills, the second-year quarterback, should be better. Okay. So I think the Texans played this close, but evidently with having Russell Wilson and all that experience against a second-year quarterback, being at home, being your first game, everything, I think it's just going to combine to be too much. I'm going to take the Broncos by 6 in this one.
Okay.
But I like the Texans with the points, the 10 points.
I like it. I like it. Now, when they travel, when do they normally leave?
Usually Saturday is a travel day for a Sunday game and everything, so they'll head out there.
Because, see, Jason knows all this stuff.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You know all this stuff. He can tell us this stuff.
Yeah,
when they travel.
Been covering the Texans for a while now, but yeah, they'll usually travel together on the team plane. Everything go out there on road trips, usually day before the game. And then, like I said, the thing I like about the Texans when they go out towards, whether it's Colorado or the West Coast, anywhere out that way, it's typically an afternoon kickoff. And the way the NFL, and if you're a fantasy nut job like myself, I love watching Red Zone. So I can see all the scores, all the highlight, how it happens, all the action every time people get in the red zone. And I usually have another TV on with another game that I really want to see every play.
Sure.
Well, when the Texans are on and it's a home game, I'm out at the stadium. So I rarely can sit there and focus, and I love watching all the entire NFL. So when they've got that afternoon game, I can sit there. And the NFL front loads their Sunday lineups, as you know. You usually have about 7-8 games on that noon kickoff. And then the afternoon is usually about 3, 4, maybe 5 games there in the afternoon. So you're not missing a lot of action. So you can sit there, come to Prime Social, watch the watch the games up here on those noon kickoffs, and then you still there to watch the Texans at 3 or watch it up here at Prime.
Well,
as well.
I'll tell you what, Sue Ellen, Courtney got that money with the Ace 10 versus Ace 6 when it had took down. I'll tell you where I'm going to be on Sunday. I'll be here watching the game, but I'll also be playing the tag team tournament.
Nice.
So this
yes,
Sunday,
we were talking
about that. So let's go with it. That was our turn. Let's go through some of the stuff we got going on this week on our side. So Prime Social is running a tournament series called the H-Town Poker Open starting this week. It normally starts on Monday, right? Monday to Sunday. That's how we do. We're actually starting it on Sunday, so it's weird. And we're going to try to see what's going on with it. 3-bet from Elijah for 80 here with King Jack. Johnny's got 7s. He's going to call to probably set mine, see if he can catch a 7 here. Don with Ace Jack is actually going to fold here. It's weird, too, because he had the position, the button. He had the best position. You could call 3 ways with that. It's not bad. And gut shot straight here for 7. King Jack really is going to just check here. This is going to go check, check. Johnny hit the straight here. Elijah's pretty much going to. DraftKings has been pretty profitable with their Tuesday night +7 promo and Sunday +10 early win promos. If you Blaze +7 in the lead on Sunday automatically win bet. I swear I'm not a DK, bro. Okay.
Nice.
DraftKings, let's go.
Right.
So,
no, I mean, that's great information right there.
I love it.
Oh, yeah. You can get out ahead of it early in the week as well on Vegas. Because I think, we always say, excuse me, we always say, Vegas has this, Vegas has that, my present company included, right? Sure. But it's really the public and where the money's going that's going to move that point. You know what I mean? Move that point up and down and everything. So, I mean, if it's still holding there at 10, I think you can really take advantage because what do we know? Most of the public, unless we're talking about sharks and people that are really researching every bit of information, most of them are taking that consensus opinion that's out there. Oh, I've read this outlet, and this outlet's power rankings, and they all have the Texans 30th, 31st, or 32nd at the bottom of the league. Oh, Russell Wilson, I know that name. He's going to blow them out by 10. But you've got to go into the nuances of everything. The Texans' front seven is too deep with starter talent. They're not the biggest names, not the biggest salaries, but they're two deep starters. So you can run that rotation, and they build it that way strategically.
Okay.
Because who do they play in the division with? Jonathan Taylor, the best running back in the NFL, and Derrick Henry, before his injury, the best running back. And so you play those guys 4 times a year. Yeah. So you build up that front seven. And
top pair for his way here.
Absolutely. And when that offensive line for the opposing team, for Derrick Henry or Jonathan Taylor or whoever it may be, is running 70 snaps, your defensive starters, instead of them playing 50, 60, 70 snaps, they're playing 30, 40 and are fresh and constantly coming down, beating on. That's the strategy.
With less injuries, right?
Right,
too,
absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
You're staying healthy, you're staying fresher, and you're beating down on that offensive line. That's how it's supposed to work. Didn't work that way week one, or at least it did the first 3 quarters, but by the time the fourth quarter overtime came on, they were the ones getting the beating. But the way it's built, though, I think is I think they're a much better, more competitive team than what the consensus belief out there is. And so take advantage of that. While you're waiting for Vegas or the public, however you want to say it, to catch up, profit off it.
Sure. And 9-8 is going to chop this with 9-7 if it calls. But yeah, so again, the point spread on the 10, 1-5-20 in betting the charges. Sweet. Congratulations on the bet. Hey, I always like people making money. It means good. They can spend more money.
Absolutely. The H-Town Poker Open. Now, you were talking about y'all kicking it off this Sunday.
We're going to kick it off this Sunday.
What time?
So the opening event's going to start at 2 o'clock.
Nice.
And it's $250. And what it is, it's a tag team. So what does that mean? Jason, what that means is you and me are going to play on Sunday. I'm going to spend $125. Hopefully you spend $125. We're going to get into a tournament. 20-minute levels. We start with 30,000 in chips. I'm going to start level 2, or I'm going to start level 1. You're going to start level 2. I'm then going to jump back in your spot on level 3. Mm-hmm. Then you're going to jump in my spot on level 4. Then we take a 15-minute break. We're going to start doing this over and over again until hopefully you and me make the final table and we win.
Let me ask you this. Is the idea of the tag team to part friendships and marriages? I mean, have you ever played in one before?
I have. I have played in the first WSOP tag team, and it was funny. It was done a lot differently. You could actually only have to play one hand through the whole thing. Yeah, 2 players had to play just one hand, and there was times where there was a 4-man tag team. Like it was like legitimate. It was also a 2-3-day event.
Right.
So but this is a little bit different. It's a 1-day event. It's cheap too. It's realistically it's going to be about an 8-hour tournament, and it's 20-minute levels. With I want to say the guarantee is $5,000. So the $5,000 is not going to be a huge thing. So first place is probably going to be about $2,200. Now you can re-enter. Like I say, Jason, you and me go in, we get busted out. We're just going to jump back in. You just re-enter again with the same $250, and you just get different seats and everything like that. So It isn't like, and the registration goes for about 3.5 hours. So you have that whole time period where you can just jump in anytime that you want.
20-minute levels.
20-minute levels.
Okay.
And during that time period, you have two little cards. One card is a timeout, which you get one time where for 2 minutes you get clocked. You and your partner can actually talk about one hand.
Oh, wow.
So if it's a big all-in massive
This is pretty
decision,
creative.
you can actually do that. And the second little slip you got is, you know what? I've been playing against these 3 guys for the last 2 hours. So I'm in slot 1, you're in slot 2. Slot 1s will play slot 1, slot 2s will play slot 2s. Now you're like, Reese, I believe I could crush your slot 1s. You could take out a tag and say, Reese, now I'm taking slot 1 spot, you're going to take slot 2, and now we can change. Now you will start taking, so by level 6, now you're starting to take in all slot 1s, and I'm going to start taking all slot 2s.
Got you.
So you can change the complete dynamic of how it goes. So, like, just say,
If
Reese,
somebody's
this
getting
guy's
comfortable,
gotten
yeah,
me.
right,
Like, they're getting
right.
me every hand. They're making me frustrated. Well, let me switch. Within the very next hand, within that down, I can switch, and now I'm in that spot, not you. And that's how it goes.
And you get one of those just
You
like
get
with
one of those until the final table. Once the final table excels, you get them replenished. If you have used none of them, you have 2 of them at the final table. So it's important to strategize when you're actually going to use it.
Nice.
But it's only one time. But it could be the matter of your tournament life. It could be the matter of your tournament life. A big all-in, you could just be like, well, you just say, Reese, I got pocket aces. I got 4 people that went all in. What do I do? Well, yeah, call. You know what I mean? But it might not always be that simple, right? So that, Jason, that's for Sunday, and that's for Sunday alone. So when the Texans go, and we're going to see how they do on Sunday against Denver, we're going to be sitting here, and I'm going to be playing the tag team. Now, that's a one-day event. We will be live streaming that.
Nice.
Normally, live stream goes, at that point, I don't know, between 8 and 10 o'clock. And when it's funny because the players are actually going to be all within this stage as well with everyone right here, right now. Johnny, 3 bets here with ace-jack, pretty standard open here. We're going to get 3 players. Again, Courtney is very open-minded how he plays hands, so he's going to play nice little connected hands like this with like 10-8 clubs. Obviously, no one hits anything, so it's pretty much going to go check, fold, bet, kind of fold.
So you were saying 9-7 earlier. You're talking about
yeah.
Courtney 10-8 here. What's the benefit to it? Is it just something that
Sleeper cards. Is a
okay,
good
so
way to
that's kind of
say
what
it.
I'm
Sure.
saying. Zig where they zag.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, zig where they zag. Yes. Yeah, pretty much.
I got
Try
you.
to cripple them and not seeing them coming, kind of thing.
Drives me
Never think
nuts.
you could have it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's also how you saw Jack 8. Who'd expect Jack 8 to hit it, but yet the flush smacks up there and he gets crushed, right? Or the full house, right? The full house beat up there. So it happens.
So I always like suited cards.
Yep.
And I always hear people
hits a
say,
10 on the river.
I always get told by people like, hey, the percent barely goes up with suited, don't overvalue and everything else.
Correct.
But I don't know. Like if I get 6-8 suited, I like the one off the suited. I think
Sure.
that's sneaky. That
Sure.
so many times just feels like 5-7-9. Nobody's thinking who's holding 6-8.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. And then you got the suited to kind of fall back
Yep.
onto. So let me know. Talk me through a pros angle on
A pros
suited.
angle when it comes to suited is relatively it matters in position, and it matters what type. I mean, position mainly, and also it completely changes the numbers if you're playing a tournament in a cash game. If you're playing in a tournament, that suits matter when you have 8 big blinds left and you're 2 or 3 away from the button. You're gonna shove. You want that you said the percentage isn't much, but a 8% difference is huge for your tournament life, where you're only in for 300, but if you win this hand, you could be winning $10,000. As in 8-6 of hearts, and you're in the button here, and like pot odds here, 9-10, Jack 9, 7-3, Ace 8, 8-6, and Ace 10. Let's look at this for a second. It's quick, but you'll look right through it right now. 10-9 here is hit. Ace 10 is top pair, top kicker, which we
7
call
Brad
top,
with
top.
the 7-3 suited on the flop.
Yep, but he has a hard sell. So now, if you look, he has 91% equity here. He doesn't know that's the best, but now he's going to be now 4 ways, 35 call. Now there's $230 in the pot, and this can be getting more interested. Now you got 10s and 9s, which is almost completely dead. And not anymore, where
Right.
now it just peeled the last 8% it needed, and Johnny now hits the nut of card. Now, if he's going to make a lot of money in this, not too sure. But Courtney's probably going to call it because 2 pair, and he's going to be like, oh, dude, you hit me on the river. He's like, oh, no. To the almost point right now where they're like, oh, I don't know what wins. And Courtney just pointed, he won. You know what I mean? Because it was just so close. Again, you just don't know. So the ounce of professionalism, where you go in the positioning, how do you bet it, when do you go out, you see it very different dynamic when it comes to tournament play comparison to cash play. I mean,
When
it's
you're
just-
on a stream like this, going back to something you talked about earlier, do you change up more periodically, knowing that people was going to see in the stream or anything, or do you just play your game?
For me, because
Yeah.
I've done it enough, and we could go back and look about a year or 2 years of me being on stream. We could go back and look at those hands, like legitly go back and actually look at the hands. At first, you get nervous, right? But then you get into like, well, I'm just playing my game. You kind of forget you're on camera.
Gotcha.
And then you can just use it so much of, okay, well, I read that guy. I'm going to fold, but I'm going to see what he had later because I, personally, as an educator to myself, I'm going to go back and say, okay, I'm going to write down, I believe he had this, and that in that spot. What did he really have in that spot? So, you can completely educate yourself. 10-10-8 here hits the flop. So, yeah, the dynamic of the game where you kind of just, at the point, you can get a little tense and say, okay, I'm going to play tight. But when you start seeing people win the hand with 10-7 like this, and it hits, then you're like, okay, these guys' ranges are everywhere. Then you have to adjust your game and be open to.
Okay, I got you. Now, you were mentioning earlier the H-Town Poker Open
Yes.
y'all hosting here, and you talked about the tag team. I mean, awesome concept as well.
Tag team's on Sunday.
Okay, what else is the rest of the week? Because it's running this Sunday, September 18th through September 25th.
So we talked about poker. Yes. So we talked about poker in general, how big poker has been in Houston in general. What's even bigger is Pot Limit Omaha.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about double board Bob Potts gambling to you just lose everything. Or what's the number one you hear as soon as you walk in a poker room? Pot.
That's it. Pot.
Exactly. Right? So on Monday, we will have our 50K H-Town Pot Limit Omaha tournament.
Oh, wow.
$400 buy-in. The first flight will start at 11 a.m.
Okay.
And then our second flight will be at 5 p.m. So we will have 2 flights a day for the first 2 days.
You said that
So
starts Monday?
starts Monday, and one will be at 11, and the next one will be at 5.
All right, so Sunday's the tag team.
Yep.
And then Monday, and the tag team's at 2 on Sunday, starting
Correct.
at 2 on Sunday.
It's a one-day event. It'll be done by the next day.
Okay,
It'll be
nice.
finished like midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, awesome.
So, that's really not going to target too much of the people who play Pot Limit Omaha comparison to No Limit Hold'em, right? But the 50K guarantee is going to be fun. 400 is just enough. King 8 here. I love it that 2 people come into the pot with 9-7. Thank you, guys. You're the best.
Both suited.
Yeah, right? So 8 for Johnny is actually good. And he folds the best hand. And Josue leads out with 9-7. Looks like he's going to take this hand. I love you, Josue. I owe you another $5. Okay,
Nice.
So Pot Limit Omaha, which is exactly what it means. Pot Limit Omaha, which basically there's a pot, equity, 3 times X the pot. You pot it, right? That's the 50K guarantee, $400 buy-in. And for PLO, geez, that's pretty good. Like, there is so many people in Houston poker that, especially Prime, will come here and will play a 1-2-5, which is a lot different than 1-3. 1-2-5 is much bigger, right? Because it's an open as 5.
Oh, absolutely.
It is not like 1-3 and I call 3. It's 1-2. I'm calling 5. Well, I pot that. That's 15, 20, 25. Lead out first bet, $25. We'll pot again. That's 75. Now it's 90. repot it. Now you're at 270 on the third bet.
Mm.
You know what I mean? So,
It escalates quickly.
Yes, it does. So the good thing is $400 is a good price range. So we're doing $400 buying, 50K guarantee, and that's the prize pool. We believe that that's going to sell that. So we got 2 flights per day. So on Monday, Flight A will start at 11. Flight B obviously will start at 5 o'clock.
Gotcha.
And then we do the same thing on Tuesday, which is Flight C and D will be at 11 and at 5 o'clock. Now, the interesting thing we're doing on Wednesday is that normally on Wednesday we do our 150K guarantee for the rest of the weekend, but we're going to change that. We're actually going to do the last flight of the PLO on that morning,
Wednesday.
On Wednesday morning at 11 a.m. And then the first flight of the 150K is actually going to be at the night flight at 5.
Gotcha.
So normally the first day we do pretty okay for the first entry on Wednesday. We normally have one at 11 and 5. We have the 150K like we did last month. Which, by the way, you want to talk about? Let's just talk about our main event, which is the 150K guarantee H-Town No Limit Hold'em tournament. Last month, Jace, it was a 150K guarantee. We had 777 entrants.
Seriously.
It was we hit a prize pool of 237,000.
Oh my god.
And we guaranteed 150 of it. So we crushed it.
Absolutely.
We just crushed it. They chopped it 4 ways. One of my friends from New Orleans, Nolans, took first place for 39,000. Second place took 36.
How much was first?
First was like before the chop, it was like 52,000.
Oh wow.
So he took 39. Second place took 36. Third place took 24, and fourth place took 20. They chopped it 4 ways and said, "Good job, off of $300. Let's go home."
You could sell the points back to the book and get them.
You know what I mean? So
Not a
all
bad
4
day's
players
work.
guaranteed themselves second place money. It's just
No brainer. Yeah, take it.
Congratulations, well done off of $300. So that is what's, and then of course on Thursday you just do the same thing. You do the flight at 11, 5 o'clock. Flight B and C is going to be at like 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. And then we're going to do the same thing on Friday, which are normally huge days. And then, of course, you're going to do the same thing on Saturday, which is just a massive day where 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. or 5 p.m., where you just get literally like 200 entrants per flight. And it's just crazy.
Yeah.
And then we will finish that up on Sunday.
It's the H-Town Poker Open. This is
Yes,
for
sir.
bragging rights for all of Houston, the Bayou
Love it.
City. Come
Well,
and
that's the
get
thing.
it.
I know, right? Well, that's the thing. The tournaments have been so big recently. Tournaments in general in just poker have been just getting bigger and bigger.
Well, it's
and
not
massive.
only the money, it's the bragging rights. You take
Ooh.
down the
I
whole.
see a set of 5s here on the flop. I'm
Oh,
sorry. Yes,
wow.
bragging
No,
rights,
I
you're
see it,
100%
yeah.
accurate, right? But I just peeled and looked, and Brad flopped a set of 5s here. And this is interesting because now you got a gut shot here for Johnny. If he hits a king, he's going to get a straight.
The price that you would pay, so you'd have to bet $450.
Oh, look at that. Corey leads out for a bet of 100 with just queen jack. Ace queen calls. Now, what does Brad do?
Wyoming money line.
Or sorry, Wyoming money line. I keep getting the teams.
Why? Come on, Wyoming something money line. Wyoming money line. That's college football there. Now Brad's gonna raise it.
Which is why those
325.
Yes, those people are super happy tonight. Yes.
So now look at the complexity of Courtney. Just look at him for a second. Courtney, you're gonna look at this later. You're gonna trust me and appreciate what I'm saying. That face right there, he's trying to keep his composure. He's keeping his chest solid. He's keeping his head. But right there, the indication of the initial bet, as soon as he kind of looked up and just analyzed it, had a quick, sharp tense of just shock and not understanding, like, what. The same thing. He just completely, I mean, Brad's going to take this down, obviously, but it's that And those are those mannerisms where we're talking about, like, wait, did that player just see that? Like, is that good? Because if he's trying to bluff there, or, I mean, he did have he did have the best hand showing, which was Queen Jack, right? Obviously, he'll find out later tonight that he did fine.
So how do you self-scout? I mean, are you just
Honestly,
watching?
I watch myself on the
Okay.
stream all the time, but self-scouting, I mean, pros do it all the time
Right.
by analyzing, by keeping patterns of how to sit, talk. They only move certain times, certain ways. They don't change
So
stuff.
it's like they program themselves. Going back to the muscle memory.
Yep,
They
muscle
they program themselves just to make the same movement, so there's no tell.
Exactly.
Wow. So there's so
Make a
many
decision
layers. Yeah,
so many
layers
times.
to it.
Oh yeah, there's just so. I mean, it's just like the thought process in your brain could just make it churn 100 times.
Yeah, it's just like the same thing. Poker, sports, anything else. At the surface level, it appeals to everybody.
Sure.
But the beauty in it is, again, going into all those layers, those nuances of it, like studying football film.
Sure.
Like when you watch and you take it and actually break down the all 22 and watch every single person, all 11 person, whether on offense or defense, and then you're able to put the collective together and see how everything worked when everything works pristine.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a thing of beauty.
Sure. But now think about the people who don't have the thought process or the work ethic to be like, hey, I mean, think about it. Like, what are the contracts about Kyle Murray was that he had to do film this year,
Absolutely,
right?
right.
And it's just like, and I know that because I'm a nerd and I'm a Cardinals fan. But, like,
nice.
It's the same thing where it's like, well, I'm from Vegas, so, like, it's the closest team we had at the time, right? But, like, it's one of those things where it's just like, yeah, like, if you can get your brain to function that way, but where you're like, hey, I have the build, I have the talent. But when, like, yes, you can be a great quarterback. You could be a great wide receiver. If you could do this and that, that's great. The fundamentals of there, you're awesome. Just like a all-around five-star player of baseball is great. But if you can't gross that and grow into the fundamental best player, especially in sports, especially in football, if you can't keep yourself healthy, if you can't keep your mental mind focused, just like poker, you're going to lose. You're not going to be the best of your capability. You're not going to be able to expand yourself, ignite yourself in either positive energy-wise or establish. You're going to get hurt. You're going to get injured.
That 9-3 is going to take this.
Oh, yeah? Corey's just going to go tilting.
Everybody's going high, so we're going back there.
Yeah, he's like, no, I'm good this one. But, yeah, it's the effectiveness of knowing your boundaries, your limitations. It's the same as poker, same as sports, especially with football.
Right.
It's understanding what you're capable of, what you can be capable of, what you can learn, and choose to acknowledge what your pros and cons are. And it's the same thing with poker. And with that being said, I think the best team, especially football, Jason, it's people who can work the best way in that dynamic are the people who win the most. It's true. I mean, it's just true. The people who can work that dynamic the most and understand how they work well with each other in dynamics, it's the same thing. Like, look, you can look at all sports and even individual sports. I mean, here, let's talk about Phelps. Swimming. Let's talk about, swimming. How many gold medals did he have over and over again? I mean, pretty much ace 10 versus 10s here.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, the hardest thing to do in evaluation, as a media evaluator, like if you're not on the team and you're not meeting the players or the personnel or GM, you're not at the combine being able to interview every single player and get to know them.
Harry is going hard with this ace 10. This is now a 530 bet, 340 bet. Johnny's going to have to dig deep in his tank and think what he has here. Harry's doing a great job of bluffing at it and sticking with his bluff. And Johnny's going to go all in here. I think Harry just instantly mucks. Well, he might not. Harry has to put him in the spot here where he thinks that his ace high is not good at the moment. But yeah, same thing with Michael Phelps. I mean, yeah, he won all those gold medals, but when you put him into a team atmosphere, they also won gold medals too because they were able to sync into each other, right? So it's development, and I think if and I think that's one of the biggest things. And we could talk about this for hours on the podcast on Tuesday and do all this other stuff, or we could talk about this every time that you're here with me too. If a team dynamically could work and function as a solid cell together, like Houston, no matter if they are a team that is expecting to only win 31, be 32nd, 34th place between the
power rankings,
the power rankings of the whole season, right? Throughout the season, that's what their ranking's going to be at the final of it, right? That's how they rate
they
it,
just feel it's just teams projecting.
But if they could
every one of the
develop
worst
it that
teams.
way
Right.
and work as a particular one motion cell and do it that way, whether it's in 4 months by week 9 or week 13, if they didn't have any injuries, if they didn't have any people leaving the team next year, they could momentarily stay strong and focus and rebuild and work on the next season. The problem is there's so many extra he calls. This is a sick hand, guys. He said king is good, and he's like, I have ace high. And Johnny just gets a major double. Wow. Harry? Crazy times. Did you see that hand? You're going to have to talk to your boy about that one. But do you not understand my concept, my logic, what I'm talking about? I mean, it might be a racism, but again, that's a racism, right?
No,
but it's
right,
understanding,
right.
working one cell, and if you didn't have those problems in the football environment, you could knowingly get better, right? And just know that the team is going to function as one cell and move forward, And that's where I think a lot of these teams have found better progress doing that than not. Harry, what's up, buddy? Not sure if you're still in or not. Oh no, he's buying back in. I see it. Harry, you're the best, buddy. That was a tough one, man. I understand what you're doing, but that was a tough one. Go ahead, Jason.
No, I mean I was just playing it back through my head and everything. Take us through Harry's thinking on that.
Okay, so Harry's thinking about this. So the ideal of that concept is that it was in pre-flop range, it was 150. Ace 10 there versus 10 is not bad. You got a flop of ace deuce 4, right? And then Noah's got aces here. So ace deuce 4. What we call a C bet, which is a continuation bet on the flop, was for 75. It was a call. And then the 8 turn. And Courtney calls the 40, and now Noah re-raises the 125. And see, that's a mem click. So talking about, see, ace king is a strong hand, but that's, polarizing here. So all in and a call. Ace king versus aces. This is pretty much, again, 92% to 8%.
Right.
Pre-flop. Let's see if it changes. Again, though, Courtney's he has help. He does have diamonds covered. Noah has him covered by diamonds. So if it ran 4 diamonds, Noah would lose. Or Noah would win because he has ace of diamonds clear, so they can't. But Courtney does have the clubs, so same vice versa. But again, when the third card comes to 8, 10s and 8s is strong. And where all this. No. Wow. All right, no one's gonna take that. No one's gonna take that hand. And Courtney is gonna call it a night. Well, buddy, Courtney, you're good, buddy. Have a good night, buddy. Appreciate you being on the stream. So, when it comes to the dynamic of that, and when you say, okay, Reese, why don't we talk about aces versus ace king there? It's a pretty play forward hand. These guys are playing, 200 big blinds, 400 big blind stacks. Because the big blind is $5, right? So how many big blinds is it stack? So when you got 200, 400 big blinds, when you got about $1,000, they're pretty big stacks. You can make those plays or choose not to. So,
right.
But he just felt, you know, again, cooler ace king versus aces, and it's just kind of dynamic. But when they
So is that just the mindset every time? Like
sure, I mean, some people just, you know, they're going to go strong with ace king. Other people will go strong with aces. Other people won't ever donk off ace king like that.
Well, I'm talking more the
I can show
mindset
you
of like you have ace king, you go up against ace, you go up against a cooler
Yeah.
to use your verbiage. Is the mindset just like that's part of it,
Yeah.
and then you just move on?
Yeah, it sucks. It happens. Again, for someone who plays poker enough, you need to anticipate that you're going to lose.
Fair enough.
And it's kind of when, like, you know, come on, coaches in high school when we were in high school, you know, like, fear is empathy that keeps you moving, right? It's the same thing. If you get knocked up, are you going to get back up again? If poker players can't take brutal hits like that and lose their stack throughout the night. And the thing of it is what makes a poker player, a winning poker player, is the key word. Winning.
Right.
If you win more than you lose, you are a winning poker player.
Profit.
If you profitable, if you're a profitable winning poker player, you're fine.
It's just like running your own business.
Exactly. If you know, oh, like why I get stacked or I do this, I do that. If you're a winning poker player, you as a winning poker player, you know you're going to lose. Like Courtney, hey, I'm going to put $1,000 on here, $1,500. I'm going to do 2 bullets of $700. If I lose tonight, I'm good. This is a bigger game. I'm going to play. I'm going to have fun. And Courtney, and I tell you this right now, and I know this for a fact, Courtney and his wife will look at this video later and take a look
And
at
his
it.
wife?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she's
I mean,
extremely supportive.
Really?
Yeah, she was just here last week.
Does she play too, or she just?
I don't know. She played a little bit last time. I think she yelled at us because they were mad at her because she lost like $100 at a double board bomb pot and she lost it all in one hand or whatever. But yeah, she was just here last week.
Wow, so
sitting
she's
here
up there with her, with
so, I
them
mean, it's the
crunching
same thing.
hands.
Well, I mean, my wife,
Nice.
same time. I mean, my wife, Jason, 100%
She gives you feedback?
supportive. Oh yeah, 100% supportive. She,
That is
I mean,
awesome.
my wife, my family
Kudos.
is probably my biggest, my entire. Oh. And we got Will that's in the seat now. Oh, this is a good game. A lot of these guys are a lot of old 5-10 game players that used to play. So
Nice. That's awesome.
it's good. But again, getting the streams back, having them back in again, we're getting people consistently. Again, it's one of those things where stream people don't talk too much, but they listen. Like I know 3-4 people are just listening to us the whole time. And, you know, it's just like, they're on the, like, I remember, like, Sue Ellen, I know you're there. She just listened to us in the room or something, or we're on her radio or something like that, right? And I know the wifey's listening to with the kids in the background, and it's not doing it. So you don't get a lot of talk, and then when we do, it's a lot more tournaments.
Sure.
Right? But,
And Sue Ellen responds right away to you.
yes,
so you
I
caught
am.
that
Yes,
one.
ma'am. See, I told you.
know your people.
Yeah,
There you go.
you know your people. But, yeah, again, we'll go back to the ace-10 and the 10s real quick.
Okay.
With the ace-10 there, I can't tell you why Harry made that bluff in the river because there's just too much that didn't make sense. Or not the bluff in the river, but why he called the turn bet. He could have let go. Maybe, and this is where it's like, Reese, what happened? Maybe Harry picked up something that we didn't. You know, maybe it's a table read. And table reads, Jason, are real. It's the same thing when a quarterback sees it and calls an audible. It is legit real. Whether you see it or not, table reads is, if you say, Reese, give me an example or the exact, like, you know, the ideal, it's an audible. Table reads are same thing as an audible. I was going to call this guy, but now I'm raising or I'm folding because this guy did this. Same thing. It's just like just like the Texans. The quarterback's in the snap and he sees a blitz coming. You're gonna pull an audible, right? He should though, right? It's the same thing, right? It's the same dynamic.
What about the gut feeling?
Same thing.
There's such
I have
thing
a
as
gut.
a gut feeling,
I
or
think
is it
you're,
just,
I think
just
you're
when
full of shit, bro.
or do you just have a
Like,
gut
you
feeling
know?
when you're right? Or you,
Sure. Or it's just like my hand is so good,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to show me.
People
that I'm
seem to
wrong.
always have a gut feeling when they go in like with 7-3 offsuit and hit on. And I just had a gut feeling.
Right.
I'm like, okay,
Well,
yeah.
ace 8-8 here. Will first hand in here is gonna flop a pair of. He's gonna flop 2 pair aces and 8s with a queen. Now this is where it can get tricky. Everyone check the flop. So Will's ace is hidden. Okay, that's what we call hidden. Now Brad hit the king. Johnny's got a king, and now we're going to see some type of fireworks. Brad's going to call the 45. Now, what will Will do? Will's smart. Will is a very, very technical and big poker player. I like his just call here. Will's got this all the way. Yes, Will, and I agree. Now, Will still got the best hand, but he has, what do you call it? Being very sneaky about it. He also checked because his position, and, you know, one of those things where runouts weren't the best for him, maybe he just checked it down. But, you know, first hand in, peels up a pot of 260. He only put 80 in. Not too shabby, you know. I think he should go all in. Yeah, you know that now, Sue Ellen. But, like, yeah.
So Will's 50%.
We were talking about gut feel. Yeah.
The difference in the pre-flop
raise.
raise, I mean, on this board right here,
Yeah.
it really sticks out.
Oh, for sure. So, gut feelings. Like, here, I'll tell you this, right? There is one time where was it? Oh, I was in Prague, Czech Republic. And I went all in. I got bust out in 23rd place. And the decision of me getting bust out in 23rd place and doubling up would have been a difference of almost $15,000 different pay jump for me.
Oh, wow.
So my decision to fold or to do what I did cost me 15 grand. And I went all in with the best hand, and I just had the feeling I was gonna hit when I saw the all in what I was up against. I just knew I was gonna hit, like I just felt it.
Right.
It didn't hit, right?
Right.
And it's almost where I want to cry.
That was
Again,
that breakfast taco from earlier. That's what you were feeling.
But you just feel it. Like these are hands that get really crazy action, right? So you got Queen 9 with 2 clubs, and you got Queen with the King. Now, see, these are action cards where the club didn't come right out, so Will still has momentum. And Will and Brad have played with each other plenty. They know what they're capable of doing. I mean, honestly, Jason, they've probably at least played over, I'm going to say about, realistically, like 700 hours together.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, he hit it.
And see, and Brad hits 2 pair here. So this is where we're like bluff ranges. How is he going to extract money? And he's making this cheap enough where Will probably just going to call this. He really not going to put him on Queen 9. But at the same time, this is one of those hands where the hand's good enough where it's showdown valuable. If he wants to see, like right now, we can see his mannerisms, right? And it's simple. You know, if I got the best hand, I'm going to make another $400 pot. And he's going to see now that he was right until the river. And this is where you could sit here, the dynamics. Like, okay, Reese, now I'm seeing it. Now we're looking a little bit more at the hands. We're looking and seeing where it's coming from, you know.
What did he bet on the turn? What did Will bet on the turn?
Will bet 150.
Okay.
On the turn. And then the lead out bet from Brad on the river is 175.
Gotcha.
And there was 560 in the pot. Sue Ellen says again, Will, not this hand he won't. You know, Jason, I could sit here and say this is probably the same, like, oh, Harry, are you going to play 9 set? Oh, Harry. Now, see, Will's got King Queen. He will be leading out with this.
25?
Raise to 25. I mean, it's just standard, right? I would think this would be the same thing if I was looking at Houston. I was looking at the Texans film.
Yeah.
I would be like, oh, show me it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, wow, like, you could pick that much up? Like, I would be just, like, in awe.
Right. There's just so much. It's a wealth of information.
Yeah. Now, here again, Will has flopped top pair. No diamond. So it's going to go check. And, you know, it's kind of like these situations where you might check call.
They called the timeout to ice the kick, or he missed, I think, and then he missed the kick that they put up first, so he gets him to kick again.
Oh, no, he's talking about the football game.
Yeah.
Now, there's the thing. Brad doesn't have a pair, but he has the second nut flush with the Queen of Diamonds. The only hand that beats him there is with Diamond. We can't see Johnny's cards right now, so we're going to have what you call a mystery hand.
Right.
Oh, I couldn't see the Florida State score.
missed it wide right the first
Now,
time, flipped it wide left.
yeah, Brad could either have called that or not, and Will more than likely is just going to fold this as well. He could call. But see, he's raise a 25, call, check, bet 55, Will calls 55. Bets 100, calls 100. There's a good way that Will's good here with King Queen.
Florida State fucks up this couple waters. I got an ace.
Yep. And he's got ace 10. Will's not going to like the news, but
Not that hot.
yeah. And Will has had 3 premium hands in the last 3 hands that he set at the table. I mean, it's just like this is just you get massive, crazy hands, and they're always coming up second best. And sometimes that's how poker can just go. Where Will is not doing anything wrong. And in games like this, Jason, you're not if you're not playing these hands, you might as well just not be on this table. You know what I mean? With the hands he's had the last 3 hands, you're playing those hands every time. Like it's kind of one of those quick things where I told you I knew he was going to go ahead and lead out on this. Whether it was I couldn't tell you the bet price, but I know he's going to lead out in this hand because of the hand value. Like the cards have value. You know what I mean? Like you have to look at the cards have value in themselves, not just a flop and a turn in the river, but just
And that value changes after the flop, turn, and river.
100%.
But yeah, but they always
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I got.
RFID cards too.
Everybody should make them.
Spade is like the main one. Never the most expensive one.
So what on Tuesday at 8 o'clock? What is the first thing you're gonna bring up? You and I are gonna bring up for. You gonna talk a lot about what happened on Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, I think most of the focus. Well, what we'll usually do because we put it on Tuesday. That's the off day in the NFL. Normally, you have a lot of tryouts, but you don't have a practice. You might have like one press conference or something. So we put it on Tuesday, and it's a great point in the week to sit there and look back at the previous game at the beginning of the show, and then we'll go into the upcoming game after that. Because the Texans have a beneficial schedule right out the gate. I mean, you pull out the tie in a game, you're 8.5-point underdog to the Colts at home. You get the tie there, and then next week you got the Chicago Bears, and you got Jacksonville 2 weeks after that. So by the bye week in Week 6, the Texans could legitimately be 2-2-1 with just wins over Chicago and Jacksonville, which are more impossible. So I think that's what Texans fans are excited about that didn't have high expectations coming into the season. You surprise, get that tie Week 1. And
by Week 6, you're looking pretty strong.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, if you pull off the upset in Denver or win at home like you did last year in the upset against the Charger, and you still take care of those games in Chicago and Jacksonville,
that you should be, right? Yeah.
Then you're at 3-1-1, and nobody had the Texans there. Yeah. And if you're at that at your bye week, you're also getting guys back. In the NFL, you've got short-term IR and long-term IR.
Okay.
So short-term, you can bring back 8 guys that get injured. You used to, if they go on injured reserve, they'd be done for the year.
Okay.
Then you could bring 1 back. And it's upgraded now to the point where you can bring 8 guys back after they miss 4 weeks. And the Texans have the rookie 3rd-round pick, the linebacker Christian Harris, veteran pass rusher Mario Addison, veteran tackle Cedric O'Brahe, nickel starting corner Tavier Thomas that are all on short-term IR. So most of them, if not all of them, should be healthy and back by Week 5.
Okay, so that's after bye week.
It's right there the week before the bye, and the week you're playing Jacksonville.
Okay.
So you're getting strong and healthy going into your bye, and you can replenish the guys that have gotten healthy. The schedule, and with how bad the Texans were last year, you play a lot of the one of the easier schedules.
Sure.
So
it could go in their favor.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, I think the Broncos win, as I said earlier. But if you told me right now, Texans shock and surprise next week and beat the Broncos in Denver,
let's go.
It wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me at all. And the main reason being, a lot of teams don't play their veterans in the preseason anymore. So there's not a lot of time to build chemistry as it is. Well, returning teams like Buffalo, they go out there and light up the Rams. Well, Buffalo brought back a lot of the same pieces and upgraded. Then you look at a team like like
And
the
Bills
Denver
have
Broncos.
always been a good starting
Oh, right.
500 team, anyways, for the first.
And now you got Josh Allen.
Well,
and a lot of
yeah, but I
weapons,
mean,
yeah.
I remember Bills for the last decade has always been the first team. I'd bet 500 to be top 500 at the beginning of it.
Right.
Now, last year they went crazy and nuts.
Yeah.
It didn't stop, right?
Right,
But
right.
But before that, Bills was always that team where, dude, Bills would be your upsetters for the first. They would come out of nowhere and just bust your lip open.
Yeah, 100%.
You know?
And yeah, so
But
I
they would fall short of ever
Absolutely.
even making it to a wild card by the end of it. Just they couldn't
Except in the
hold
90s, they
longevity.
could make it to the Super Bowl in
Sure,
the 90s. They just couldn't win it.
yeah. Now we're talking about old age,
Yeah.
bro. Now we're talking
You know,
about old
the
school.
funny joke I heard back in the 90s was that, I don't know if you ever heard it, but you remember when teams would win the champion or lose the championship. All right, so let's say a team goes to the World Series, the Super Bowl, and all that.
Yeah.
Well, they make those shirts beforehand, World Series champion, so the players can put it on in the locker room,
Sure,
right?
sure.
And so you know what they do with those shirts when the teams don't win.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it'd be completely wasteful to just throw it away, right, when you got people without clothes in third world countries.
Right.
So they send them to third world country.
Yeah.
So the joke used to be that there's somewhere in a third world country, there's some people with these shirts
Like
that
when
been
the
gifted
Dallas
to
Cowboys
that
didn't
think-
win the Super
that
Bowl?
think the Buffalo Bills are the greatest football team of the 90s. They've got 4 straight Super Bowls. Buffalo Bills.
Oh, I love it. I love
Oh
it.
my gosh, you can't tell them.
I mean, it's the same thing with the Patriots and the Cowboys back in the
Right.
90s too. You know,
Yeah.
when the Patriots started getting really big and they started going to the same teams. I mean, do you remember just all the teams those powerhouses back there? Back when we were when you were a teenager. I mean, Dallas Cowboys was just
Yeah, you had the Cowboys there, and then on the back of that, you had Brett Favre coming on.
Rice,
Yep,
you had Brett
San
Favre. Oh my God, Favre,
John
yeah.
Elway and the Broncos in the late 90s with
Ace
Terrell
King
Davis.
here for Don, yep. And
Nice.
Ace
And Ace
Jack
Jack
for
as
Will
well.
here
Wow.
as well. So he 3 bets here. So now this is where Don could either A, just call, or he's going to raise. Don's been kind of quiet for a little bit since we've been in the booth. He made a lot of his money early.
Okay, yeah.
So, but here again, your 8-6 is in here with Ace Jack, Ace King, and 9-9-3 comes. Ace King and Ace Jack isn't there, but Brad's range and a +2 position, even though he doesn't have the best position, Will does, but he can have more of a 9 here than the Ace King of Don and Ace Jack of Will. Will right now is just c-betting. He has position. He's just betting out $70 and see if he could take down
Yeah, I mean, you're in
a
position.
$225, $200
Playing
pot
that
right
nobody
now.
else hit anything
Exactly.
as if you did. Yeah.
And welcome
because
to
you're in-
poker.
yeah, 'cause you're,
Yeah, welcome
you're
to
in
poker.
position, you can
Yep.
put the pressure on.
That's it. It's very simple. 3 very simple things.
Sue Ellen, I greatly appreciate your support of the stream. Now, and then Brad can fold too. If Brad wants to get a little testy, he could have just been raise a 300, 400, instant fold. But again, that's that full frontal underlobe thinking and just going
Nice.
heavy, you know.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying they
100%.
don't have the capability of it, but at the same time,
Hear about this shit in the office now? Because
Brad's been having a solid night. This isn't my time to bluff, Will. No problem. Wait for the next one. You know what I mean?
what it's about.
And there's not enough money in the pot for it, you know.
We had a fucking.
But yeah, I mean, when it comes down to the 90s, and I love it because I remember when
300 guys.
same thing, CSGO used to be really huge. The first-person thing, it was really huge in the UK and stuff like that. It was the same thing where they would create uniforms and stuff
Oh, nice.
and all this other stuff. And it was the same thing where they would do it for football teams, for derbies.
Really?
For Lazio and Roma and all this stuff where they would win. They would already pre-print the
Right,
jerseys.
of course, yeah.
And it was just oh yeah. And I remember this one time where it was it was the World Cup. It was the World Cup in Brazil back 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And I saw one of the jerseys where supposedly Lazio won the Euro Cup, and I'm like, that never happened. You know what I mean? So I have seen those, and right here, Will just flops the straight. So you got
And then what we talked about earlier,
Yeah.
what I always play. I'm like, you
Yep.
get that
8-6,
8-6,
yeah.
and then there comes the 9-7-5. Yeah, this is my hand here. I've hit this flop a couple times, and I probably have some pretty bad tells when I do it.
and maybe it's just too much for Don to call this. Maybe he just thinks, okay, the overpair is good. I believe Don should be always calling this, especially with the backdoor diamonds. So let's just see the turn card. Now, see, this is a really safe card for Don. I'm not talking about Will. We already know what Will's doing.
Right, sure.
Don, this is a safe card. No diamond. I'm going to check. Now, Will, this is Reese. What's your question? Will, how are you extracting money with the flop nuts? Could Don have 2 diamonds in his hand? So if he does, what is he going to pay to look for it? I want to keep him in.
Right.
I want to keep his bluffs in. I want to keep him in. What is he going to call to catch what he needs? That is the way of poker.
Hey, you think Don stays here or he gets out?
I think I won't go that direction. I'll go that this bet from Will is, I would believe it's correct. It's half pot.
Okay.
And it's an enticing, it's a continuing easy bet 2 call for a top pair here with a gut shot to 6.
Nice. Okay.
It's a bet that should be called with this hand.
He calls.
I mean, yep, and he calls. So again, people like Brad and Will, Brad in seat 1, Will in seat 5, they know this.
Okay.
Now see, here's the scary card. Now see, this is probably going to be a check.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you why. This could go 2 ways. This could be a lead out, even though the straight is really strong here. If he puts him on a flush, oh, Will, you're good. If he puts him on a flush, now let's just say if you caught the diamond, this would be a perfect check card because now you've allowed Will to bet.
And
now
then
here,
you
like
come
for
over the
example,
top. Right.
what if Don now comes over the top for $700?
Hey, he's playing that he's got the flush.
Right. Could Will call? He might because he's got the straight,
Yeah.
but he ain't gonna like it.
No,
and he
not
could
at all.
like if this isn't all in here. Now this should not be a call from Don. Don should either fold this or represent exactly what he called a turn, which is a flush draw, because it's telling a story.
Yeah.
Right, Jason, you get it? Like telling a story. Well, and this is a point. There's a point here where mannerisms and gestures, now you're out of bluffing. Facial recognition, understanding smirks. It's not selling. It's not selling
You don't
that
need to. That's what you're saying at this point.
Well,
You
no.
just,
At this point, if he shoved all in, pretending that he had a flush, Will would pick this up, and he would instant call.
Really?
Mannerisms,
Right.
attitude, gestures.
Everything they show.
Sometimes taking too much time means something too. And very good fold, Don. Very good fold. You did well, sir. And again, Will pick and extract as much money as he possibly could.
Sure.
Now, I'm going to tell you this right now. Noah, Brad, or Josue in that hand, one out of those 4 players are going to shove hard representing that ace.
Really?
Or representing that flush. 100%.
Just their style of play.
They're here to win, man.
I
like, you know what I mean? And again, I mean, Don has done well. He's made some big pots early when we first sat down here, but like contemporary, he's kind of slowed down a little bit, you know, and that happens when you get on live streams, you get into bigger money. You know, I'm not saying you're not comfortable, but people can play outside of their limitations, their proper comfortability levels, right? I mean, I'm sure you see it in tryouts in the Texans all the time when people are trying out or spring camps and stuff where like, hey, I'm going for it. Hey, I was this in college or I was this in high school. And you're just like, yeah, dude, you fall flat comparison to what our requirements are, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see a
It's
lot of
that
times you have
comfortability
players
stuff.
that come in highly touted and you just see early on that whether it's the work ethic that we talk about or the talent, the skill set, or just being more athlete than technician, you see the different error margins.
You study long, you study wrong. Miss Suella says. And again, that's where it goes to the gut, where a brain is a beautiful mind.
Right.
A brain is a spectacular mind. Brains can mess with you too. If you think about things too much, you then start overthinking it, underthinking the right ways and overthinking the wrong ways, and you can convince your calls to make stupid mistakes.
Absolutely right.
Just like what we call pressure. Like any type of pressure on the field, any type of pressure on the field in the poker field.
Sure.
You could withstand, I'm sorry, let me retract that. More professional level players or good players when you can understand their pressure limitations of where they've excelled in pressure, right?
Gotcha.
Just like the best, you can tell, Reese, I can give you the top 6 quarterbacks under pressure right now, right? I could tell you the first 20 best players at a final table, whether it's high stake limits, low stake limits, or daily 5K tournaments. I could give you a range of people that I know that when they're there, they know their spot.
Gotcha.
They're good, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's the same thing, right? Understanding ranges, understanding like what you're capable of, what you have. Everyone here has a club, by the way.
Yeah, see.
So the jack does get there, and 2 players have it. Looks like 1 player's leaving. And again, the stream goes to about midnight. So people at this point, it's about 11 o'clock at night. Some people have gone with the profits. Josue probably going home with his fiance at this point. He's made his money for a day. He's good. That's another thing too. Just like when you talk to a professional ball player, how long do you plan on playing? Does everybody football player, when you go get signed to the Texans, does everyone Texan think that they're going to go there, play out their entire time in Texan football, and retire a Texan? Do people go in there with that mindset, that attitude?
I'm sure they probably hope to, but I mean, with such
now let's go to realistic.
Yeah, the math just doesn't add up. It can't,
Correct.
It can't work out that way. You always, no matter what business or what you're in, you're always going to have the cream of the crop, and you're going to have the middle tier and the bottom barrel. It's just how it is.
Same thing with poker.
Right.
Same thing with playing the amount of times, the hands, knowing when to get out, knowing when you've peaked your game for the day, and not chasing. It's the same thing. It's just a shorter time span.
Right.
It's the same. It's the same thing. Hey, I'm here. I'm here to play. I'm here to make money. I'm here to do this, or I'm here to gamble. I'm here to have fun. Maybe you make money that way.
Yeah, completely. There's so many different strategies involved, and just seeing how everybody attacks it. It's intriguing to see the behind the scenes, the percentages, and everything else as well. Mm-hmm. And again, as you mentioned, you can tell how it molds your game. Not only the digital side, the analytical side, but just watching this and just seeing how everybody plays their own game and how you have to play off of that.
Absolutely. Bro to poker. 7.5 looked promising. Harry actually got hit pretty hard. I would actually like you to talk about the hand. He had ace 10 versus 10s, and the flop came out 8, deuce, 4, rainbow, then another 8 on the turn, and he called a massive bet, and then on the river, guy went So you're going to probably want to talk to him. He said, say it ain't so. Decidedly say, sir, it is so. It happened. All right, guys. Well, Jason, thank you for coming in today. I think we've kidnapped him long enough tonight. He wants to go home to the kids. There's also a flop straight here, or a turn straight.
Yeah, right there. Got on the turn. I was just looking through that.
Yeah.
So going out on a winner here.
And there is a flush draw for Brad here, so
Oh
we'll
my
see.
God, yeah. So we'll see
So-
how this ended on this one. But no, I appreciate y'all having me out tonight, and Aaron and myself are extremely thankful for Prime Social.
Oh,
and
the clubs get there.
oh wow,
The clubs get there.
You turn it, and then he rivers it.
Yep.
out.
Turn and river. Welcome.
Easy come, easy go.
Yes, sir. So go, Aaron. You.
Yeah, Aaron and myself, we just want to say, we're going to be out here a lot, out here at Prime Social, 7801 Westheimer. Love the atmosphere, love everything they're doing. The Houston Poker Open, the H-Town Poker Open, starting this Sunday, 2 p.m. With the tag team event. Sunday, September 18th through the 25th, events all week long. You're going to have to come out and participate in this. Come out on Sunday, check out the games. I'll be here periodically, hopping on the stream with Reese as well. I love doing this, seeing behind the scenes, picking a pro's mind as we go in it, the interactions as well. So I enjoyed myself, and again, we want to thank Prime Social and to partnering with the Houston Football Show. Aaron Wilson, myself, Jason Braddock, and we're looking
Houston
forward to an exciting
Show,
season.
Tuesday podcast, 8 o'clock, guys. Where he's going to talk about everything about this week, and then we will see you sometime this week.
Absolutely. We've got a lot of events planned, not only in season, but throughout the off season as well.
Yes.
Texans have 2 first-round picks. If Davis Mills isn't the answer, quarterback could be there in the future. So we might do some draft parties here. We've got a lot of different things. We're kicking around some ideas. Love the people over here at Prime Social. You got to get out here. Check out the cash, the tourney games, the bar, the restaurant. They've got it all here at Prime Social. And, again, the Houston Football Show is excited to partner with them here for the Texas season.
We're happy to be part of the team.
Thank you, Reese.
All right. Thank you, sir. Guys, we're going to be right back. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. I'm also going to take a quick little jiffy break.
I think 10 gives me a king high straight, and then I got all the clubs.
That was brutal, man.
It'd be tough. I'd have to think
So
about
wrong.
it.
Does he get a hand? Yeah, you can come in on the book.
He's just not allowed to raise. You know.
The entire end, actually.
Yeah, Connor is cool. Connor usually wins.
Are you guys checking them in, or do I need to check them in?
Does it matter which one I use? Which one should he be using?
Is it one of the two?
Oh, right one. 20 is a bit.
The 2 or the 3? 2.
If you would prefer to use the other one, I can do that next time.
Yeah, can I use the other one?
Yeah.
I was really hoping you would told him no. Do you use whichever one you want? Can I do the other one? No.
80's a bit. You have your card on you?
Yeah. There was a tweet yesterday that was like, the Chargers really let Justin Herbert play with a fractured rib just to cover the spread. Just for the backdoor cover. They're down 10. There's like a minute and 45 seconds left. Their franchise quarterback. It's a fractured rib. They're like leaving him there.
It was brutal. I was watching it. Took the hit. He couldn't even do anything. Couldn't do nothing. What am I doing?
Did you see Drew Brees' comments during the Longhorn Alabama game?
No, I was
Raised
listening to
25.
the Tide 100.9.
When
They had Greg McElroy on there.
when Ewers went down, he's like, shoot him up and send him back in. Like, I don't know if it works the same way in college. I don't know.
It wasn't even Greg McElroy because Greg McElroy is good. It was John Parker Wilson was the fucking color guy. Popped in with Tide 100.9. Shoot him up and send him back in there.
Check. Check.
spread some rumors.
Check. Check. $35 a bit.
Yes, sir.
$10 short on the book.
Who's the big winner tonight?
Still
Sway looked like
There's
he
still
won.
time.
I don't think anybody was. He might be the big winner in C1.
No, it's right here. 10.
I don't think Josue was.
Raise. 30's a bit. That's all. Drop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Comfortable with it, and then,
Best 50.
I'll get it, man. Plenty of room for 9. Rather get another player.
Heads up. Yeah, you're gonna hit me, but I'm not adding another player.
What?
Said you're gonna hit me, but I'm adding another player.
Good.
do we know who it's going to be?
Sure.
Just because it worked out with the spot there.
I definitely prefer 9.
100's the bit.
I hope they like to play PLO bomb pots. So we can convince these guys.
Can't do it with the card readers, though.
It's okay. We can play one in the dark. The commentator. Oh yeah, I know. We have 2.
Oh, Ryan Darrell? Fuck it, let's play 9 handed.
Oh, so it's depends on the player.
God, I'm gonna suck for you two. I waited all that time. Now we're making it 9 handed.
Yeah, that's why I said they were gonna hit me.
Hey, you got
Yeah.
That's a pretty asshole move.
So what was the deal with that sunglasses?
I don't know. He's just sporadic and just goes all in a lot. So I think he's good for the game. I think he was the one that
I'll have to go.
he likes to talk a lot too. So I think that guy got mad.
It was him and the other guy.
Yeah.
20's a rate. 20.
I think that other old guy was yelling at him. Just needs to probably chill a little bit because the guy doesn't. He's harmless. Talks a bit.
Three of you guys. Check.
I see he's wearing the glasses now.
25 is
They
the
got
best.
glasses down.
Call. Heads up, guys. Check. 60's a bit.
Connor, did you hear that y'all are starting Max Johnson this weekend?
Yeah. Don't feel great about it.
I don't either.
I'm going tomorrow.
Cool. They're playing Miami, right?
Yeah.
I'm assuming College Station.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I don't have any this blind, but.
I'm still looking forward to the Bama game. It should be fun.
Huh?
Bama sucks, man. We were all
shoot a big.
We were awful against Texas.
Yeah, that was horrible.
We played the worst
Yeah.
game we played in like 5 years, and that includes the A&M game last year. We played like the worst game we played in 5 years. We got really lucky to win that game. Really lucky.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Y'all are going to be winning the national championship at the end of the year. So.
I'm telling you, man. Last year it was like there was my favorite tweet from last year was, "We're headed to the national championship. One last chance to drag another team down to our level." Like we played so bad all year.
20 go.
Losing to Stetson Bennett is.
No, we were terrible. Although I will say, as bad as that team I think really was, if Jamison Williams doesn't go down, doesn't tear his ACL, I still think we win the game.
Probably. Yeah, Stetson made like 2 throws that were like both the throws of his life.
I mean, look, it sucks. I always want to win the national championship. I love Kirby Smart. I'm happy for the guy. Kirby Smart put in 13 years of service with Alabama. God bless him. Waited for his...
Saban doesn't care about your service, man. He wasn't going after Jimbo.
No. Of course he doesn't. Jimbo Fisher's an idiot.
I don't disagree.
Jimbo got his feelings hurt. Rule number 1 is don't get your feelings hurt.
Fargo.
No, Jimbo Fisher.
The boosters that extended his contract for like 4 years, even though he's already on like a 10-year deal, are
15's a bit.
the only people that are dumber than him.
You know, honestly though, the way Saban kind of comes off to me with the whole thing being mad about NIL, it kind of comes off to me as because he wants it needs to be fair and everybody needs to be even is what he's saying.
Right.
So you ain't lost 2 games in like 15 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it more that now you may be able to recruit him, but you know Texas will pay him $20 million freaking thing basically to go play over there?
Right. Yeah, I mean,
That's the way it comes across.
He's gonna be upset about any change because he's the king of the castle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I want it to be fair, dude. He won like 6 championships, the last 8 championships or shit. Look how much fairer do you want it?
NIL changes things a lot, obviously. It was funny because everybody thought this is what the transfer portal was going to do. And Nick Saban, when that happened, he was like, he basically gave a warning. He was like, y'all understand what's about to happen. Like, if you open up the transfer portal, like, we'll lose some players at the bottom of our depth chart, and then we're going to get all of your best. And that's typically what's been happening with the transfer portal. NIL stuff is very different, because your boosters only have so much money.
We had a 5-star corner a few days ago. He got some like new Charger, and he was like going like 50 in a parking garage. He was on Instagram Live doing it.
I saw that. The best recruiting story though is the Eric Dickerson recruiting story. That's like the best recruiting story ever. A&M bought him a gold Trans Am. They called it the Trans A&M.
Yeah, you're the big one.
And then he ends up going to SMU.
Then go.
And that.
Didn't they shut down SMU's program for
Yeah,
like 10 years over that?
Yeah, they got the death penalty for a little bit there. But basically, A&M was like, we bribed the kid, and he didn't honor the bribe.
No honor in the game.
The old joke was that Eric Dickerson took a pay cut when he went to the NFL.
Did you see the Brett Favre stuff? No. You didn't see? There was like some like welfare fund in Mississippi, and he was buddy with like the governor or like the mayor or something, and they like used the funds to like make a new stadium for some random college, like volleyball stadium for
125
some like school that his granddaughter was going to, and like they like found his text, and he's like the worst criminal ever. He's like, there's no way we get caught with this, right? Like he was just like blatantly texting the governor. He's like, oh, like we're not gonna get in trouble for this, are we? He's like, they don't find out about this, right? God. And obviously they did. Like.
Stay in school, kids.
Okay, guys, we are back. I apologize. Took a little bit longer than anticipated, but I am here. Ace 9 is going to take the lead. Daryl's got 0% outs. Brad's got kings that's got crushed. When you got kings, and that's the one thing you don't want to see is an ace.
Check. Check.
Kings.
The best story from like my favorite line from the documentary Pony Excess, the 30 for 30 that Eric Dickerson story from is called Pony Excess, and my favorite line in that movie is reporters would ask like, what is going on, like why are all these people going to SMU, and the head coach, I forget what his name is, he would tell reporters, basically his line was, you know, these kids are these 18-year-old kids, they just wake up one day and they say, I think I'm gonna go to SMU. Obviously not.
5 to go. Raise 20 is a bit. Call 20. 20.
Alrighty. And Ace takes the lead again. Ace Ducey here. All right, everyone. Have a good night. Off heading to bed.
Heads up.
2 pair here for Brad.
Check.
Will checks.
Check.
Brad also checks. Gonna see if he can get some money in the river. Not the most favorite card for Brad here. Runner club. Will could possibly have 2 clubs in his hand.
Check.
Brad should just be checked. Oh no, I like it, Brad.
Bet 65.
He's gonna go ahead and lay it down. Gutsy move. Yeah, with the backdoor flush coming to completion there in the river. That's an interesting bet by Brad. Who gets it to take it down? Ace 4 for Noah here.
20's
Noah's going to lead up for 20. Brad's got ace deuce again. Calls the 20. Connor, I haven't seen Connor while he's got kings here. This is most definitely going to see a raise.
70's a bet.
70 is the new bet. Will's got queen 10 diamonds in the big blind.
Raise 225.
225 now. Watch that king show up. We're going to see what happens here in a second. Haven't seen Connor in a while. Happy he's back into the live stream. These guys, Connor, Brad, and Will, have all played with each other a lot. It's good to see him back here at Prime, playing on the live stream. As a call, we're going to see a flop here. Ace in the window, 10. Ace deuce would have flopped 2 pair again. Brad is not in his hand this time. If Will leads out here a continuation bet on the flop, it might get Connor to fold. But I could be 100% wrong because they have played with each other for hours and hours on end. 165 is the bet here. Connor's going to call. That king showing up in the river would be disgusting. There's a check. Check, check.
Check.
10. Raise 35. Check.
Now there's two hearts on the board here for Will. Mid pair with nut flush draw. Still top pair for Brad. $65 is the bet. Daryl's going to lay this down, and Will's going to take the pot.
Did you post right now? No, you take it.
Alright, 10 on the button. Yeah, misdeal.
I agree.
I got 3 times.
You guys want to do a straddle round?
I'm a man. Up front. Up front.
Yeah. Everyone go with the straddle.
Straddle. Everybody straddles one round. Put the front. Yeah, yeah. I'm just agreeing that everybody will straddle this round and keep it up front. It has precedent anyway.
Did everybody agree?
I'm in.
He's posting big.
You go straddle?
Hold on a second.
Yeah, you're straddle?
No.
Okay, you're first. He's big green.
Oh,
Yeah, you buy it.
oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, he has
We'll
10.
do a round of straddle.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Raise, 35. 35.
All right, gut shot here for Will. Top pair, top for Elijah. Top pair, top kicker.
40. Go.
It's 400 of the pot here. Let's see what Will's going to bet out at it. 225. And an ace jack is going to take it. It being top.
Brush. Brush.
Straddle.
The straddle is on.
Rush, table 5. How much you adding in?
1,000.
1,000 behind this end. 1,000 behind this end. 10.
Ace king for Don here.
I was just looking at someone's Twitter likes and they're just liking the most outrageous.
Johnny's now turning a pair of jacks here.
Look at Doc Rivers' Twitter.
Down with the gut shot.
Looking at that, someone said, look at his likes, and then she just walked up behind me.
Oh, about a queen on the river. Oh, shucks. See how much Don's going to bet out here. See if you can get him off of it.
Jesus.
Oh my god. 250. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's graphic.
Yeah.
That is a call. John's going to take down this pot.
That one, my goodness.
Man, can't open Twitter in public. Jesus. We win the over the rest.
I didn't think you were trying to fuck my butt out of Jack. But you've been getting me all night, so.
It's your time, please.
And next hand.
Raise 30.
That's a nice mess spot. Ace Jack for Harry. Don's going to raise it to 30 with 5-4. Connor with ace queen here.
Raise 150.
$150 here. What's Don gonna do? I like a call here. Keep some of his bluff in his range that he can. No, he's gonna fold. One, two, 2-5, and the straddle's on.
Raise 40.
Raise to 50 here from Don. Noah's got jacks. And we can tell that all of his jacks are gone. Oof. All spades here. The best thing is we know he can't get any more jacks, but unless it goes rudder, just complete shitstorm, Noah does have the best spade. And still the best hand. And now he does have the best spade. He's got the third nuts here, so check, check. And then a 5. Still the best spade. Like a 125 bet. 115, 125 bet here is good. Spade's gonna call. Spades all the way. 50's okay. Nice little bet. Call for Noah. We're good.
You'll get your chance, don't worry. You never miss it. You'll get your chance, don't worry, you never miss it. I won't forget. I've been doing it all night. That's what I'm saying. Paid off.
Fast folds around here to Elijah. Got queen 9. Raises to 35. Brad folds, Dara folds, not there. Connor's got ace king here. Got the spade covered. 145 now is the bet. Elijah's gonna call. Three diamonds. Top pair for Elijah. Connor has the gut shot straight draw plus the nut flush draw. There's only one more diamond to come. Bet's up 50. It's a nice little bet here. All the outs Elijah has. Still good for Elijah. And Connor's aggressiveness is going to take it down. $35 from Elijah's the bet. Hello, Moto. We know that's Daryl's ringtone. Two pair here for Johnny. King, Jack for Elijah's going to lay it down. Johnny's going to take it. All right, guys, we're in the last 4 or 5 hands here. Go all in. Yes, Ellen, I got it. Thank you guys for greatly appreciating our support here tonight. Don't forget, we do have our tag team on Sunday. This upcoming Sunday, the 18th, $250 buy-in tag team championship, 2 p.m. start. Then the following week, $50K guarantee, $400 buy-in PLO, 2 flights a day for the first 2 days, Monday and Tuesday. 11 a.m. Wednesday morning will be the last flight for the 50K PLO tournament, and then at 5 p.m. we will start our 150K guarantee, $300 buy-in main event for the week. First flight at 5 p.m. Then we'll have 2 flights a day for the next couple days till Saturday. Greatly appreciate all you guys being here tonight with me. Also with Jason Braddock. Thank you for coming, stopping by, commentating with me. Also for the Houston football show, the podcast, everything else that we will be doing in the future. We look forward to that and staying forward to that. So, yeah, 5-7 here. Johnny's got a pair plus a flush draw. Top for Don. Elijah's got Queen Jack. Ace 10 for Brad. Pocket 4s for Harry. Interesting. Elijah's going to fold. Middle pair. I would love it if Johnny just rips jams here for like 600. 500. And you fold? Johnny.
He's been getting me all night.
Johnny.
Who'd you have, Don?
Honestly, I guess I can't afford the team.
Top pair?
God bless.
I'm sorry. I'm going all in with that, or at least like rebetting him like 400 or 500. Too much equity in that hand for you not to. You could get 2 pair there. I don't know. Maybe because I saw it. I didn't know the cards, but I would have liked to. I'm not folding. I'll tell you that. I'm not folding.
Yeah. Another round.
Keep going.
I mean, the best thing he's got there is set of aces. Is still he still has favorite of cards to come. Or I'm sorry, a set of kings there. Daryl better win some money so he could take me out to dinner. All right, Sue Ellen. I hope so. There's Daryl right there. A handsome, strapping man there. Don't got no cards, so he can't win this hand, that's for sure. Ace, queen versus threes versus ace, jack. 3-bet with ace, jack. 5, 8, king. Pair of threes, still good. That's why you're macking? I love it. So funny. You're the best. Brad can't think his threes are good here, but again, aggressiveness of it. Will's gonna take down another pot. Alright guys, I believe this is the last hand that we got for tonight before the action tracker stops action tracking, so 1 second, I'm pretty sure though.
10, 20.
Yeah, this is the last hand, guys. But again, greatly appreciate it, guys. We will have our, like again, H-Tab Poker Open starts Sunday with our tag team tournament that begins it. Our series starts September 18th through September 25th will be our final day of the live stream that we'll be having next Sunday. More than likely, we will have a live stream cash game again on Friday, and then on Sunday we will have the main event final table. We will. I'm not sure if we're doing the tag team championship final table, but we'll see. It'll be the first final table I haven't done in a while for a tournament, so. Only one player has a heart, and that's Brad here. Has a 4 of heart. Well, that is a straight for Elijah all the way up to the 7. Everyone's kind of slow playing this, so. Elijah gets a check mark. Trying to check and trap. Exactly what he's doing. Again, guys, this will be the last hand tonight. Brad is also saving Daryl right now, so Daryl should be able to get out of the way here. Again, guys, greatly appreciate it. H-Town Poker Open starting this Sunday. Can't wait for you guys to be here and be part of it. If you guys aren't, we will be streaming most of it. So, again, thank you for Jason stopping by in tonight. Greatly appreciate that. Greatly appreciate your guys' support here at Prime. I don't know why Daryl. I don't know if Daryl's trying not to get off the hand or what. I mean, what's crazy is Daryl's taking this long. And Elijah's just gonna. All right, guys, that's it. I agree. I agree. All right, guys, greatly appreciate your support. You guys have a great night. Thank you very much. You guys have a